please.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and call this Pompano Beach City Commission meeting to order on March the 11th, 2025. If I could ask everyone to please silence their cell phones or put them on vibrate during the meeting, that would be great so we don't get disrupted with an errant phone call. So please put your cell phones on vibrate. All right, let's go ahead do a roll call.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Here.
Commissioner Perkins.
Here.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Here.
Mayor Harden.
Here. Sorry, 1 second. Just had to make sure I took care of that. Our invocation this afternoon is going to be actually given by Pastor Sharon Stone Walker of Dove Ministries International, as opposed to what is printed in the agenda. So Sharon Stone Walker will be giving the invocation today, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If we could all please rise. Pastor.
Good afternoon. Can we bow our heads in prayer? Most gracious and loving Father, we come before you today with hearts full of gratitude. Thank you for the many blessings you have poured upon us, for the gift of life itself, for the health and strength we need to fulfill our callings, and for the friendships and relationships that enrich our lives every single day. We are grateful for the opportunity to serve this community and for the privilege of carrying our meaningful work with responsibility and purpose. As Psalms 33:12 remind us, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. We thank you for your blessing this city and for the favor you have shown us. Father, your word teaches us that those in leaderships are established by you to uphold peace, order, and justice. With that in mind, I lift up our mayor and commissioners to you. I ask that you would graciously bless them with wisdom and clarity to lead well, especially when faced with challenging decisions and competing interests. Discernment and compassion to understand the true needs of our residents, business owners, and community partners. A thirst for justice and righteousness that ensures fairness and equity for all. Confidence and courage to stand firm in what is good, honorable, and right. A spirit of unity that allows them to work together harmoniously even when opinions differ. Peace and joy in their personal lives, sustaining them as well as they fulfill their public duties. Integrity and humility to seek wise counsel and make decisions that align with truth and righteousness. Lord, as our mayor and commissioners address the matters before them today, I ask that you guide their steps. Grant them assurance of knowing what is pleasing to you and what would truly benefit those who live and work in our beloved city of Pompano Beach. I also lift up our first responders, protect them as they serve with courage and dedication. Bless our educators, our administrators, students, and safety and success. I pray that every resident, business owner in this city will experience growth, stability, and prosperity year after year. Lord, may Pompano Beach be a beacon of hope, an oasis of peace, and a shining example of hospitality, love, and favor. May this city become a catalyst for positive change, inspiring surrounding communities with its warmth, compassion, and success. We declare that your presence will fill every corner of this city. We pray that God will arise in our churches, let God arise in our schools, let God arise in our businesses, let God arise in our homes, let God arise in our city, let God arise in every community space that we may dwell in. For all these things we know, we give you thanks and praise. We honor you. We trust you. We commit this city, Pompano Beach, into your hands. In Jesus' powerful name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Be seated. Right. Can I get a motion approving the City Commission meeting minutes of February the 11th, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our agenda this afternoon, we will be postponing items number 13 and 14 until the April 8th meeting. So that's 13 and 14 are being postponed until April 8th City Commission meeting. Mr. Harrison, any further changes to our agenda?
No, sir.
Very good. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
And second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our consent agenda this afternoon, we will be pulling item number 1 for discussion individually. So item 1 will be pulled from the consent agenda and will be dealt with individually. All right, that takes us up to a very special presentation. I'm going to be recognizing one of our outstanding employees here today. So if I could ask Mark Boudreau and Cesar Gardia to meet me over here, please. All right. You don't get a chance to do this very often, to really say thank you to somebody for just doing their job, but just doing their job winds up in having such an impact on someone's life. So I've got a thing to read here, but I just wanted to set the stage. This is, I know, our employees every single day, every single one of them goes out, do their job. Sometimes they're called upon to really go above and beyond, and that happens. And it's great that they've got the training, the dedication to do those kinds of things. And today we have indeed a unique opportunity. I'll set the stage. February 22nd is a reminder that emergencies can happen to anyone at any time. On this day, Cesar Guardia, a full-time lifeguard with the Pompano Beach Parks and Recreation Department, rescued one of his fellow pool lifeguards after the guard suffered a medical episode while swimming laps. The lifeguard had been swimming as part of his job-related training when he let out a yell and sank to the bottom of the pool. Cesar Guardia was on deck timing the guard when the episode occurred and immediately recognized the emergency. He sprang into action. Jumping into the pool, Cesar swam to his coworker in need and retrieved him off the bottom of the pool and brought him back to the pool's edge. Fellow guards on duty helped Cesar extract the unconscious but breathing guard from the water. As a team, they executed the facility's emergency action plan, clearing the water of patrons, summoning EMS services, and administering oxygen and first aid to their fellow guard in need. Cesar's quick action undoubtedly saved the life of his coworker. His swift response and calm under pressure demeanor is a testament to his extensive training and tenure as a lifeguard. Cesar is a certified emergency medical technician and has held both ocean rescue and pool lifeguard positions in his 30 years in the field of lifeguarding. Cesar is honored today for his heroic actions and his 23-year career with the City of Pompano Beach. Cesar, from all the residents of the City of Pompano Beach, thank you for what you do on a daily basis, but especially thank you for saving a life. Thank you. All right, Mark wants to be quiet this time, but thank you so much, appreciate it. And like I said, on a daily basis, our employees, they are an amazing group. From the bottom to the top, they all work, they're dedicated to this city, to the residents, the visitors, and sometimes they really go above and beyond and do what their training allows them. So thank you for that, Cesar, appreciate it, thank you so much. Very good.
All right, Mayor. Next up is a very special presentation.
Very good.
Afternoon. We have retired Fire Chief John Jurgel here. Ooh. Do the formal pinning of the Fire Chief's badge on Pete McGinnis.
All right. Woohoo!
So,
Yep, microphone.
push the button off. So we also have in the audience Pete's wife Joanne and daughter Amber and son PJ. If you all would like to come up here and stand with your husband and dad,
Heck yeah.
you're certainly welcome to.
Forgive them, they're coming from tennis practice.
You are, in a sense. Get a photo. John, go ahead and stay up there. Very good. Chief, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager, and of course the City Attorney. I appreciate your faith, confidence, and trust in me, and I look forward to working with each and every one of you. But if I can, for my former friends in yellow and in uniform, I look forward to working with each and every one of you. Remember, public safety is what defines us, and know that this administration stands behind you 100%. So look forward to moving forward with you guys.
Here, here.
Congratulations, Chief. Yes. All right. All right. Very good. Now it's official.
All right. Congratulations, and thank you to everybody for letting him serve us. We are indeed fortunate in this city to have such depth in the ranks throughout our city. It's a great city we work in. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Chief McGinnis. I'll have to get used to that. I'm used to Pete, but that's this chief stuff. Yeah. Oh, and John. Oh, I mean, yeah, see ya. Very good. That takes us up to audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up for audience to be heard?
We do. We have 11 speakers.
11 speakers. All right. Let's see how it goes.
All right. First speaker, Dennis Burnham, followed by Bob McKimbin, followed by Ed Phillips.
Very good. Just give your name and address for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Sir, do you have a copy for, sir? Do you have a copy for the record?
Do I have a what?
Extra copy for the record.
I'll get my copy too. That's very good.
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you. Forgive me, I'm not a public speaker, so if I get tongue-tied, please feel free to save me. So my name is Dennis Burnham. I reside at 2500 Northeast 9th Terrace, and I'm here today to talk about the noise ordinance. Just want to preface my comments that when I speak about those who violate the noise ordinance, I'm not speaking about those who have the occasional barbecue or, birthday celebration. I'm talking about frequent offenders who feel that it's their right to play their music loud enough, frequently, weekly, monthly, and loud enough that we can hear in our homes. And that's what I am currently experiencing. The sworn affidavit that I provided to you kind of outlines what I've been experiencing over the past few months. I'm not sure if there's any legal or authoritative action you could take, but it's more of a way for me to document my experience. And I just want to thank you for listening, and hopefully we can do something to about the frequent offenders in our neighborhoods who play their music loud.
Very good. Appreciate it. Thank you for bringing it forward, sir. We'll take a look at it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next speaker.
Bob McKimbin. Ed Phillips.
Mayor, Commissioners, City staff, my name is Ed Phillips. I currently reside at 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach. I rise here because of the CRA and the future of the CRA and its endeavors. I remember when we had Carver's Homes. CRA, Carver's Home no more. I remember we had Folsom's Apartments, which was on MLK Boulevard. Slum and Blight. Folsom Apartments, no more. I remember we had Grace Apartments, Slum and Blight. Grace Apartments, no more. Due to the efforts of the CRA. I was appointed to the first CRA advisory board by then Commissioner E. Pat Larkins. We saw a lot of changes happen with the CRA. Now it appears we are going into the economic component of the CRA. What I'm about to say, I am not a proponent for or against, and that is the E. Larkin Center. But should we move forward with redoing the E. Larkin Center, I would like to see, and I say I, an African-American contractor. I would like to see at least 18% of those jobs go to people who live here. And I want to preface it by saying people who live here and not necessarily 18% African-Americans, but 18% African-Americans who live here. And I would like to start hearing a discussion, if it is to be, of possible locations. The rumor mill is running amok, and I think the things I've just said should be paid attention to. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Next speaker.
Roderick Phillips, followed by Jackie Moreland, followed by Mary Phillips.
Roderick Phillips, 2620 Northwest 10th Street. I was looking at the this paper here, and I noticed that, you know, there's a lot of money being spent. And one thing I always say when I come up here is the truth hurts. No one really want to hear the truth. We have community activists in our community that was here before any of you were even on the dais, black women. There are community activists in our community that was here before you were here, Allison, before you were here, Fisk, that have done a lot of good and helped a lot of people in our community that you don't know nothing about. Before you start getting on the side of wrong, you need to understand who's right. Before you start attacking any black women in Pompano, you need to sit down and talk with them and find out who you're dealing with instead of listening to one person. Pompano has stolen from the black community for years and years before you ever got on the dais. Stolen from the black community. And we as people in our community have seen this happen. And the black people that you attack that are here to help us or you think are attacking you, it's not so. These people done seen slumming black. And even in the development of our community in District 4, you dare to say no to a $2 billion development that this area used to be a rock road, and then we have, for 30 years, we've been waiting on development to go on, and then we got people to say no that don't live in the black community, that never seen the suffering of the black people in the black community. No, don't say no to development, say yes. There are people that want this development. One person does not have the okay from all the people in the community. We want to see the northwest section be developed because there's no room in the east side to develop anymore. You have to come on the west side. So sit down and talk with the people who you want to attack, who's been here, who's seen things that has helped in the black community that you know nothing about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Next speaker.
Jackie Moreland, followed by Mary Phillips, followed by Mike Seversky.
Good afternoon. Jackie Moreland, 1526 Northwest 7th Lane, Pompano. There's a scripture in the Bible that says that the race isn't given to the swift, neither to the strong, but he that endureth unto the end. And I'm going to be here to endure to the end. As it relates to the Braggs Criswell substation and where that needs to be, I'm coming every month, I'm coming every week and asking. I've sent emails asking, you know, where are we? We've did the ride along, just where are we in this project? Again, there was money in the budget allocated for that. When I went to the budget meeting, it became, then all of a sudden in that same meeting, it became a wish list. I guess now it's on the budget again. So I'm going to be here and endure for the long haul for us to get that erected in our community. My other concern is, I'm speaking for myself, and I'm speaking for others in my community whom I've talked to that does not want EPAT Larkins moved. The track record isn't good when it comes to us getting in the Northwest section in District 4 of what was said is going to happen. Again, I said this at the last meeting, our seniors were at EPAT Larkins with lots of room and probably was outgrowing that too, but now they're in something that was too small before they even entered. So now we have to believe that we're going to get a new EPAT Larkins. But a lot of what is going on with this project is not really, a lot of our community is not being included. There are certain persons are listening to. But we have a commissioner for our district where it's going to impact our district. Include her. Include us. I just think that people need to be heard, and there needs to be a consensus of what people really think. And his wife is still living, and if she doesn't want it moved, and the community, the majority of the community doesn't want to move, I think it should stay where it is. Y'all can expand everything else and build on to everything else. But leave that where it is. You want to move the city hall? Okay, but the new project is coming in our community, and I think our community should have a lot to say, because surely if it was on the beach, we wouldn't have anything to say or be heard. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Mary Phillips. I live at 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. And first of all, I want to tell you about our program. I mentioned it before, but Small Biz CEDC is a nonprofit here in the city of Pompano Beach. We have a job search and career center that's funded by VSO in the Isles Casino. We haven't received any support from the city, but this is available for anybody who's looking to find a job, that needs a job. This is a program that we've started. The program will be ending in June, and it will probably be picking it up again in the month of September. So that's one thing. Another thing is, I am a real estate broker, and one of my clients had an issue with an open permit that he needed to get it resolved. And I just want to thank Mario and also the building department and the permit department for being courteous, respectful, and cooperative with them in trying to get their issue resolved. So kudos to the city of Pompano Beach for that. That department has changed tremendously since the time that I came here in Pompano Beach, and they're very friendly, and all departments should be that way. Open, friendly, and courteous to our constituents. Okay, the other thing is the expungement event, which we brought to the city of Pompano Beach, will not be coming here this year. The state attorney's office has decided to take it to North Lauderdale, and I believe what they're doing is floating it around. But there is one event that we've always had here at the city of Pompano Beach that we're going to try to bring back, and that's the Education, Crime, and Employment Forum. So we're going to bring that back. We used to do that before we invited them to come to the city of Pompano Beach. So we're planning on bringing that back for those people who need help getting their criminal records cleared, so they'll be able to get information and advice on that. The other thing is, I just want to mention that I am a stakeholder in both Collier City, because we own a property there, and also in the northwest section that I live in, Kendall Lakes. And I believe that the EPAT Larkins building should be torn down, and we should be giving a brand new state-of-the-art building that our children can be proud of in the future, something that everybody in Pompano Beach could be proud of. In addition to that, my husband has been very active in this community, starting with Parkway East a long time ago, trying to get that area cleaned up. I think his name should be added to that building. It should be the Larkins Phillips building moving forward, because there are other people in this community that have done things to help, and not just Pat Larkins. His name is already on 2 buildings. His name is on the post office, for those of you who don't know that. So I think we should recognize other people in this community that have been impactful, and maybe even have a little museum dedicated to some of the things that people in this community have done that have helped to improve Pompano. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Very good, thank you, Mr. Phillips. Thank you. Next speaker. Yep, Mr. Skaversky.
Hi, Michael Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue, Pompano. I have to get my, because I've told several people and they said these are really good ideas, and I don't feel like going to these little meetings you have on this McNab house, this debacle. 25+ million you want to spend fixing this house up and putting a big flower garden in the back. Like we really care about a damn flower garden, okay? Here's some things that are smart. It's called smart development. This is how we make money. One is the weaker one. The post office may be going away, the one that's on 6th Street. They need a new spot. That would be a perfect spot for the post office if there is enough room to park the vehicles and everything behind the post office. That would be excellent. We could either build a new post office ourselves and rent it, so we would be making money off of that. Or we could just sell the whole property to the government and make money off of that. That's how you make money quickly. Now, the best idea I have, and I'll tell you what the idea everybody says is by far the best idea that will be good for everybody, just not the country clubbers that you want to go into this place to eat, would be miniature golf. That would be without a doubt the best idea, and the city would make millions off of it. The only problem with the miniature golf is there'd be so many darn people going on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, there'd be no darn parking. You actually would have to build a small parking garage over there. That's what the smartest thing would be. As for the house, we could keep the house. You could have a bar inside the house. You can have another separate spot inside the house where kids could, there'd be like pinball machines and a game room where kids could play. That is without a doubt the smartest idea. Not some restaurant with some stupid flower garden in the back with a bunch of people around looking at flowers and saying, oh, look at that nice flower. We don't care about a flower garden for $25 million. You know that. And you know we'll all be dead before that thing ever would even come close to paying for itself, which it never would.
Very good, thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Don Solomon, followed by Eula Foster, followed by Sonia Finney.
Yeah, Don Salamone, 3221 Northeast 8th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. I want to thank all you people for all your work. Probably got the same one. I'm the president of a condo association. The only difference is that you guys get paid and I don't. But other than that, you guys do a terrific job. And Mayor, thank you for coming out and visiting our site about 2 years ago. The only problem we got is we have these fire boxes, and I picked a good day because there's all these fire people here. I did talk to the chief when he left, but we got these fire boxes on the side, and they have hoses. And these hoses, not only all buildings, there's a lot of buildings that have these hoses. They got to get inspected or tested every 5 years, okay? And the best part about it, the fire people, the fire prevention, they won't even use these hoses. They'll take our hoses off, put their hoses on, okay, open the valve, and fight the fire. So I think there's something that has to be done about getting rid of these hoses and save people a lot of money. I don't know if any of you guys ever had people come here before, but this is an issue. So, and I'd like to talk to somebody after this meeting, so I'll be sitting right here, okay? Thank you very much.
Very good, thank you, sir, appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Eula Foster. My address is 2856 Northwest 13th Street, Fort Lauderdale. I was invited to this meeting today by George Dillard. However, I am a product of Pompano Beach. I've been here a long time in the city of Pompano from the days of the farming up to now. people like the Colliers, the Spears, the Whitworths, the Jake Blands, all of those people, S&M Farms. Also, I worked with migrants for a period of time to get better housing built for them. And some of you might know that was longtime resident. Pompano used to have a bad smell. Well, we helped change that over in our northwest section. It's been said, where there's no vision, the people perish. And I've been saying to you, to this board, you all are in charge of this city. I know Ms. Perkins, she's over our district, but all of you, we look to all of you to get things done properly in the city of Pompano. We've been looked over many times, many years. The best monies have always gone east of Dixie Highway. You may not want to believe that, but we haven't had real good money over in the northwest section since the burning of the Martin Luther King riots. And our neighborhoods have gone negligent. I'm here today really to speak about the cemetery, Westview Community Cemetery. We know that Jim Crow is no longer here, but there was a time when Jim Crow was, and that cemetery was given to black people, purchased by some churches, by the black churches in our neighborhood, so we would have a resting place for our deceased loved ones. And I don't know how many of you have written by there lately, but it don't look good. And you know, I have to say, all of you was on this same podium, I believe, when whatever happened out there happened. I can't say all what did happen, but something happened, something went very wrong. And someone should have caught that, someone should have said something or did something. I tell you, the Westview Community Cemetery is a place where we take our deceased loved ones, and it's no resting place at this time. I mean, to just look at it, it looks horrible, very horrible, and looking for this board to help do something about this situation. It needs to be straightened out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. And just for the record, Westview Cemetery is governed by a private board of directors. It is privately owned, and I have to agree with your comments. Thank you. Next speaker.
Sonia Finley, followed by Tondra King.
Good afternoon. Sonia Finney, 173 North. Chance to speak at that meeting, but I just wanted to address a few of the comments that were made at that time. There was some discussion about Atlantic Boulevard, and I just wanted to express my concerns from personally having had a few issues with Atlantic Boulevard, and then just last week another issue with Atlantic and Cypress Road. A few weeks ago, the light, I got caught by the traffic and the light, and there were several cars that ended up being just stuck on the railroad track. I personally was fearing for my life because I know that Bright Line comes through there. You don't get a lot of warning when they're coming through. And honestly, I feared for my life because the traffic, there was nowhere to go, either direction. And I think something needs to be done. We need to look at what is happening at Atlantic Boulevard. And then just last week, at the intersection with Cypress Road and Atlantic Boulevard, same thing. Traffic backed all the way up from the railroad tracks past Cypress Road. The traffic then that's trying to cross, you can't go either direction because people are stopped. People are navigating, weaving through. And again, another accident. I witnessed an accident about to occur. So I think that something needs to be done. And then here today I usually don't come up Atlantic. I avoid that coming here if I'm coming to a meeting. But then today I noticed there are 3 turning lanes here at Atlantic and Dixie, 2 going eastbound, 1 going westbound, but 2 lanes of traffic going, and they're so narrow at this point. So I think we definitely need to revisit what is happening with the traffic given all of the new development that's going on in our city. That's one thing. The other thing was that someone brought up at the last meeting, and I completely concur, that with the agenda, when you're looking at the agenda for these meetings, I look at the agenda, and a lot of times I choose not to come. But when I came last week, you all started discussing items on the agenda, and the descriptions that are given don't always mirror what is happening or what is being said on these agenda items. So I found myself listening to something, and just from looking at the agenda, I would have never gotten what you all were discussing from what was listed in the agenda. I know I hear you all talk about there's backups and things of that nature, but is there any way to give some clear explanation or even a little background on the agenda so that people like myself can understand and at least know what is really being talked about? Because I feel like the way that the agendas are presented now, you don't get the full scope of what each item is about. And I'm out of town. I had more time, but I had a few more things, but I guess I'll come back next time.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. And yes, Atlantic and Cypress is an issue. I've spoken with BSO and asked them to go out there and make sure that people don't violate the box.
Mayor,
Yes. Vice Mayor?
I get a lot of concerns, calls, emails, texts about Atlantic and Dixie and really Atlantic and Cypress and people blocking that intersection. I have also shared those with the city, and I know BSO does what they can, but at a certain point, we have to look at ourselves and say there's a fundamental underlying problem there that BSO is not going to be able to solve, that was created by taking a lane out of the road and creating this gridlock that we now exist in that push traffic through neighborhoods. So I do think, like I say, almost every meeting, it is time to start planning for the growth that the city is experiencing and taking a look at what we're going to do at Atlantic and Dixie and Atlantic and Cypress to make those function when we add thousands of apartments east of it and thousands west with the downtown. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
And I'm sorry you almost got hit. That sounds really scary.
Next speaker. I'm sorry, Commissioner Fessick?
I just wanted to mention that earlier today I happened to see, so thank you for coming and saying your piece of it, and I'm sorry you almost got hit also, but earlier today I did see online that I guess Brightline was having some issues with our railroad track, the arms not going down. And so in a situation like that, I mean, there was a dinging, but the arms did not go down. So in a situation like that where we have cars with nowhere to go and we have potentially malfunctioning equipment, that is definitely something that just leads to disasters. So I just like to maybe make sure that we relook at that again and make sure that residents' safety comes first. Thanks.
Very good. Next speaker.
Tandra King. Tandra King. Seems like she's not in the building. Mayor, that concludes audience to be heard.
Very good. All right, then we move on to our consent agenda. Item number 1 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, acknowledging appointments by the mayor and/or city commissioners to fill the positions on city boards and committees, providing for membership terms, providing an effective date.
So
Moved and seconded for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fessick. Commissioner?
Thank you. So I would just like to address something regarding our appointments. I had the pleasure of attending a Chamber of Commerce breakfast meeting that was in partnership with our Economic Development Council. And with everything that is being involved, everything that's going on in the city, it would be really lovely if my appointment that I named would be able to be a part of that council as well. And I know that Carvin had let me know that there is a bylaws edit, I believe, that he's working on. But right now, currently, I am the only city commissioner, I believe, who does not have representation on that council. And I did name somebody, and I would like to request that we move through that process to amend the bylaws if at all possible, because it's important that elected officials have the representation on such an important board and important council. So I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record and find out if there was any movement forward with that.
Okay, I'm actually currently working with the Economic Development Council to see if they can make a change to their bylaws that will allow for Commissioner Fezzik appointment to be part of that board. So it's still an ongoing process, and hoping in the coming weeks this decision will be made of whether they will honor that request or will not honor it.
Okay. And the second part of that question would be, what do we have? So all of our committees and subcommittees, I noticed that we're recording minutes for some of them. Are we recording minutes for all of them? Do we have that filed anywhere so that if I cannot have an appointment and somebody that can attend, I can at least make sure that we can go somewhere and view the minutes from certain?
I'm not 100% about what governs their operation. If they're under the sunshine, I would have to kind of follow up with Mr. Berman to see how, because they're not a board that's governed by the city. They're separate and apart from the city. We don't get involved in their discussion. So I would imagine if they are under the sunshine law, they would be required to produce minutes and so forth and would have it. But I would have to reach out to them to see if they do maintain minutes of their meetings and provide copies of such to you.
Okay, and that goes across all of our committees.
All of our meetings, yes.
All of our meetings, yes.
All of our meetings, yes.
I understand that there's a public-private partnership with that one specifically, but I would really like to see more of a availability for the public to be able to, if they can't make that appointment or can't make that meeting, that at least those minutes or the agenda items are listed for our committees as well, so that we can have those as a record of what's going on in the city. And this is actually for you more than anybody else, so that if anybody has any questions, they can very easily navigate to that on the website and find or read about what has been going on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So we directly appoint people to some boards, and then the commission makes some nominations. EDC is a little different, but it is my understanding that we each had a direct nomination to EDC.
Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry.
You got it. It's a question, basically. So what is the issue here? Is that Commissioner Fezzik is not getting a nomination to that board?
The bylaws of the EDC allows for each commissioner to make mayor to make an appointment to the EDC, short for Economic Development Council. Each appointee serves a 3-year term. So the person that was appointed by the prior commissioner, the term is still active for that member. So that's the situation there. Should they amend their bylaws, that would change and perhaps open opportunity for Commissioner Fezzik to make an appointment there. But that's the situation there in their bylaws, which is governed by the Economic Council.
Okay. That seems a little illogical given our terms are 2 years and that the intent was to allow each member of the commission to have a nomination. So I'll follow up with them also. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yeah, just to add on to that, I understand that, Commissioner Smith was fortunate enough to be a member of an appointee on the Economic Development Council. So when she was elected, she was able, by leaving that seat, she was able to appoint someone, and there was that seat open. So just representation is important, and if we are working in partnership and our terms are 2 years, it would be wonderful if the agreement could be that we all work together, because information, again, is one of my most important struggles, I think, is probably the best word to use at the moment. And being a partner means having those conversations and being able to have a seat at the table. So thank you very much.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just give your name and address for the record.
Mike Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue. I actually have a problem with all these boards. You want to know why? We have to be fair. District 3, for years on end, has always had 55, 65% on the boards filled, whereas the other district, 1, 2, 4, and 5, always have less. Now, I understand why, because we always get a mayor from District 3. It's an automatic win. You run for mayor from District 3, you win. Don't ask why. It's in the cards. You're going to win. But I really think that the other districts should be able to, Audrey, Beverly, they should, Darlene, Rhonda, they should be able to get maybe an extra pick here or there to try to even these boards out a little bit, because I don't think it's fair that one district constantly has 55 to 65% of the people on it compared to all the rest of the districts. I don't believe that's correct. And if you want to pick somebody from your district and there's nobody there, then fine, you can go pick somebody from another district. There's nothing wrong with that. But like I said, it's just disproportionate. District 3, you know better than me, probably forever, am I right? You're not answering, but I'm right. It's not fair to the other people. You have to be even.
Just for the record, I'm not sure about the stats. Next speaker.
Mayor, Commissioners, I rise with a little smirk on this issue, and I'll tell you why. When I was commissioner, I appointed someone to a board, and planning and zoning, as a matter of fact. And after I lost to Pat Larkins, he firmly sent a letter requesting the resignation of the individual who I appointed. That's all I got to say.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins.
The Economic Development Board, is it a city board?
No, it's not a city board.
Is it joint with the city?
No, it's not joined with the city. There's, Mr.
In other words, if they don't amend their bylaws, then it remains the same.
I'm sorry, repeat that again.
If they don't amend their bylaws so that each of us can appoint someone.
No, everyone, each commissioner, each member of the commission is able to make an appointment, but that appointee serves a 3-year term. It's just that the term for that individual who was appointed by the prior commissioner is still active.
Right. Well, if they have 3-year terms, but we have 2.
Yes, that's just the way the EDC established their bylaws, which is.
Okay. So it is connected with the city, so how do we get that changed?
No, but it's by the board, the EDC board, agreeing to amend their bylaws to meet the wishes of the commission if they so desire to.
Okay. Well, is there any way we can send a letter asking them to amend it, take in consideration of amending it?
Yes, I'm actually in active communications with them to see, but if you want me to put it in writing, I can certainly do so.
Okay. I think that would be best to, rectify the issue that we're having at this point. Thank you. That's it.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Perkins, I agree with you, and I think perhaps we should follow up with people on the EDC that we know and just express that we think that their terms should run concurrent with our terms, and that was the intent. And with respect to District 3 representation on city boards, there's only, I think, 7 or 8 boards that we directly nominate to, and there's 26 or so boards. So there's about 20 boards that this collective commission nominates people to. You are correct, Mr. Skaversky, though most of the applicants tend to be from District 3, so we don't often end up with choices from other districts, so because of the high engagement in that district. Thank you.
Very good. Further Commissioner Fessick.
And just one more thing, if you are watching on YouTube or you're in the audience and you have a passion for anything in the city, please go to the city website, and Kervin, if you go all the way to the bottom, there is a list of all the advisory boards and committees that you can apply to be a part of. And the application is now online, so thank you, Kervin.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. That takes us up to our regular agenda. Item number 2 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a piggyback agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Environmental Products Group, Inc. for sewer vacuum, hydro evacuation, and municipal pumping equipment with related accessories and supplies, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Randy Brown, Utilities Director. This is a piggyback agreement to replace one of our stormwater trucks and to add that vac to the water.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 3 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a construction contract between the City of Pompano Beach and HA Contracting Corp. for construction of McNab Road streetscape improvement project and related additional work project, and approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute redevelopment agreements with private property owners affected by the project, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a parking license agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and ALS Pompano Beach 2 LLC to provide temporary parking for affected residents and construction personnel during the project, providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Tony.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Fernand Tony, Bourbon Director. The item before you today is to approve a contract with HNA for construction of the McNab Road Improvement Project in the amount of $22,936,498.77. The McNab Streetscape Project is the last of the Gobon transportation project. We have been working on it since 2019, and it has been fairly extensive in terms of permitting with various agencies, such as the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the Coast Guard, South Florida Water Management, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and various department of the county. The scope of work addresses the need identified in the roadway in the past, as well as we are going to provide additional enhancement to make the corridor better, including replacement of the bridge, which is part of the city's critical infrastructure. I have prepared a brief presentation which highlights the improvement, and I'll take questions after that.
There we go. Mr. Tony, you have to speak into the microphone. You have to speak into the microphone, sorry.
I'm not blocking the view. This is the location map. It's about a mile on McNab between Cypress and Federal Highway. And the project, again, includes the entire roadway, which is a streetscape project, and the bridge. Roadway work is going to improve primarily drainage improvement, stormwater, because that's one of the issues that we've identified over the years. We will replace all sidewalk by providing curbing. It's going to be a safer approach doing this way. We will provide additionally no street lighting, LED fixtures that are cost-effective and better for traffic. We will resurface the roadway, provide new signage, paving, striping. By the same token, we will address some of the existing utilities that are there. There's a force main that actually stops currently short of the bridge. We will extend it by providing some redundancy to the system. With respect to the bridge, we will be providing also some utility improvement. There is water which will be placed under the channel now. So it's going to be a subaqueous system. And I also mentioned the force main previously that will also go subaqueous under the channel. We will relocate existing distribution line from FPL that are south of the bridge, allowing the bridge to have a slight alignment to the north. And the bridge itself will be reconstructed fully to meet modern code. We'll have an additional 4-foot clearance, as well as additional horizontal clearance. Because of the impact of the bridge to the abutting properties, we will also do some off-site work. Cypress Club, where we will shift their driveway from the toe of the bridge, making it safer for access to that property. We'll provide some additional improvement to the site, their entrance monument, and some landscaping to buffer the site. The southwest property, which is the Brewfish Plaza and the Quick Stop, we will also address some issues. Currently, their parking straddles partly into the roadway, which is city right-of-way. We will reconfigure the parking so it's fully onto their own property. We'll close that driveway, which is again too close to the bridge though, which is a safety issue. And we will provide buffer and new sidewalk along that reconfigured parking lot. Cypress Landing on the north west corner, we will do the very same thing. We're going to shift the existing entrance to the property further, approximately 150 feet to the west of the bridge to address site visibility, improve safety, and of course, comply with the current codes. We're going to build a retaining wall to facilitate the alignment shift. The parking lots get reconfigured and all access will be off McNab Road. And finally, we'll provide a emergency access exit gate from 14 for fire access. What were some of the issues that we identified, just to provide you a little more background? The bridge itself is currently functionally obsolete. It's not an issue dealing with the ability for the bridge to function safely, but it no longer meets current code, where we have issue with the alignment of the bridge. The properties on the toe of the bridge are much too close with their current access. The lanes are at issue, a little too narrow, issues with mobility and sidewalk giving you access to the bridge. And obviously, while it's not structurally deficient at this point, it is aging. The bridge was built in 1952. It is much past its life cycle. And the last reports, the bridge is decaying more and more. We're not 100% sure what's the life expectancy left with a bridge of that condition. Obviously, that generates more costs for maintenance. And this is something where replacement is the recommended course of action at this point. I mentioned all of these issues. The clearance really no longer meets U.S. Coast Guard or South Florida Water Management District. Raising the bridge obviously will impact the structures that are adjacent to it. The water main that I mentioned actually stops on one side of the bridge, so by replacing the bridge, this is an issue where we can resolve and provide redundancy to the system. Pounding conditions are in various locations along the roadway alignment. By doing the project, obviously, we get a chance to address all these issues with ponding and water flow. I mentioned the bridge replacement, which is being recommended because of its age. The new bridge obviously will meet current code, will provide better connectivity, will be safer. This is an arterial where we have over 20,000 cars in terms of average daily traffic, and it's only going to continue to increase eventually with time. So having a new structure provides us that extended life safety and addresses load rating will be fully capable for the bridge. The force main will get extended, as I mentioned before, and the drainage issues are addressed with a fully brand new drainage system, stormwater system that will be constructed. We've taken into account the impact due to construction. There will be a fully MOT plan in place during that phase of the work to minimize impact to traffic for not just the direct community, but obviously anybody that uses McNab as a travel roadway. We've made sure to adjust our schedule, in particular for the bridge, which will not start until the summer of 2026, to fit within the school break. There will be a little bit of an overlap, but we've worked with the principal, the school, and the BSO team to make sure that that's being minimized, and we've committed to work with them during that period, whatever diversion plan they may come up with to facilitate and make it go smoothly as we can. That's the presentation. I rushed a little through it because I didn't want it to be overly long, but if there are questions, I'm ready to answer them.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Just name and address for the record.
Yes, Mayor. My name is Ed Phillips. I currently reside at 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida 33060. I want to take a point of personal privilege real quick. Congratulations, Blanche Ely High School, for winning the state championship basketball team. Now, having said that, and also one of the coaches, is he still here? Is Mr. McNab still here? He's left? Okay, he's left. One of the coaches was here. Having said that, I have a question here. It says, approve authorizing the proper officials to execute a redevelopment agreement with the private property owners affected by the project. What does that mean? Are they getting some remuneration funds? Because I need to understand that for future development.
Mr. Berman?
Might be in a better position to answer that than,
okay.
It's more of a legal issue. Great efforts were taken in advance to identify potential takings claims that could be costly against the city and its residents for property that is being shifted, moved, and lost. We obtained property initially in the beginning of the project knowing that that would be needed. So these agreements are agreements, legal agreements, with the surrounding property owners that we could identify that would likely be most affected by the change in the highway, the change and elimination in parking areas, and satisfy these as settlements initially before waiting to get sued for potential takings claims. So these redevelopment agreements is what they are called, but when you read them, they talk about settling any and all potential claims. They're really settlement agreements. We realize we're changing your entrance into your condo. You're going to have to do it here. We'll take care of that because people will no longer be able to move in and out the same way they've done on both sides of the road, because now it's got you pulling out into traffic in a dangerous or rather hazardous way on both sides. We're going to move these. We're going to provide them with alternative areas to come and go, and we'll take care of those responsibilities. So it was basically forward thinking to try and avoid litigation with private property owners based on the consequences of the necessary, and these are all, I know they were pared down to only necessary changes made as a result of improvements to this bridge. Plus, if the bridge is ever moved or raised in future years at any time, this kind of gets the groundwork out of the way for that as well, or a lot of it, I believe. At least that's what I was told initially. But for now, this is an effort to work out various agreements that were included. They should be, I believe there's part of the backup here, and basically with the surrounding property owners, months and months and months of meetings, homeowners meetings with city staff and homeowners associations, condo associations to work all of these out. Basically, this means they've been reviewed for legality by my office staff that worked on this.
Mayor, if I will, that was very good, Mr. Berman. Can you fine-tune it a little bit? Anywhere does it say settlement means money in any shape, form, or manner?
Is there any money? The question. I think you're asking: is there any money being transferred to the private entities?
Right.
There's no money being transferred.
That's what I need to understand.
This is absorbed as part of the cost of the project, and this has long been planned. Some of the areas, the additional land that we purchased for this bridge expansion as well. That was all part of the budgeting and planning for this project.
Yeah, I'm not going to belabor it. I just need to understand for future development what that agreement meant, because it implies to the average layman some money's being passed, but you're saying that's not. So having said that, I'm not going to belabor, because I want to go on to something else.
Money's not being passed, but the whole shape of the bridge, it's being raised. The entrance is going to start further back where it starts the incline to the bridge. It affects a lot of property owners. And based on that, we want to make sure that they were all treated properly, handled properly, at the same time best protect the city by working out. So it's not a question of handing money to anybody, okay?
I thank you very much for being so diligent in that area. Now, having said that, I'd like to close just by this quick statement. I do love that you're doing work on street paving. I think that, and I hope that street paving goes a little further, because there are a lot of areas that need street paving. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Of course, this is the GO bond project, which we should have had an extra GO bond project to repave all the streets in Pompano, perhaps, but we didn't. But be that as it may. Next speaker.
Yes, Renee Zaldivar, 200 Southeast 12th Street, president of Cypress Club Condo and resident of Cypress Harbor. I wanted to thank the mayor, commissioner, vice mayor, city manager, all old friends. This feels like a bit of a reunion for me. It's been about 10 years since I've been before you. I wanted to thank you guys first before we get into the subject at hand for the hard work you guys have all done. The beach looks amazing. These are projects that I personally, along with the community, the Cypress Civic Association, that encompassed a huge area between McNab, Atlantic, Cypress Road, and US 1. All those communities were part of my association, and we worked hard on the beach. I miss my friend Pat Larkins. We were talking back there with Vincent and I. Great guy, great man. I'd like to see more of the things that are going on. I'm especially excited for you, Ms. Perkins, as well in the Northwest District, and some of the things that are going to be affecting you guys and with the new downtown. So excited. Thanks for that. Regarding the project and the comments that were just made, this particular project is way more than just a bridge. We have to consider that that road has now been a topic of conversation for many, many years. Our most southern, really, route, if you will, to US 1, Primary Avenue, primary route. The beautification is one thing, but safety is another. I happen to be president of the condo for the last 3 years, really 500 residents. Ms. Eaton, I think you're still an owner there as well. Good to see you, Commissioner. You know, those folks would like to be able to walk to the shopping malls. All the great things that are going on that corner of McNab and US 1, they feel unsafe. They feel like they've got to circumvent cars that are parked and straddled outside of Brewfish. They feel they've got to cross a road. Narrow bridge doesn't accommodate certainly physically handicapped or physically challenged individuals. The lighting is poor. So it's much more than just about a bridge. And I want to make sure that we understand that. I live in the community that is in the Cypress Harbor area, which is obviously, there's another issue of a bridge there we want to raise. I think we've just got to make sure that we understand this is a holistic project that's much greater than just a bridge. I also want to make sure that we mention that the community wants to make sure that we work together to find ways to excite and certainly bring in the High Ridge area and all the other areas in District 1 and in District 3, because they're all going to be affected by this. I only come to you in the past. Beach wasn't necessarily District 3, but when these projects really encompass a greater area, northwest, it doesn't matter, southeast, it's important to speak up and support it. Our condo is to answer the gentleman's question previous about what we're getting as a result of that. We're getting a hardship. So we have to move our entrance away from the edge of the bridge, which is extremely dangerous if you've ever tried to pull out of our condo and have to look at a bridge where folks are racing over there, sometimes exceeding the speed limit. But you also have that precarious situation where pedestrians and bicyclists as well are crossing that. But now we're going to have to move that entrance that's going to go in back of the entrance. So you now have, or excuse me, in front of the building. So now you have that primary, what we call Building 8, where you're now going to have traffic traversing in front of that, when, if you know our campus, most of the traffic runs along the roadway away from that building. We didn't move forward on this and agree to for the last couple of years until we understood where this project was going, but we understand the safety. We understand that we have to compromise for the community, and we're looking at this again for the huge improvements it's going to be for safety and beautification. We appreciate all the things you've done for us, District 3 Commissioner Fournier, and certainly the mayor, so we appreciate that very much.
Excuse me, Mr. Skaversky.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Again, thank you for letting me run over. I appreciate it.
That's fine. It's audience to be heard. We limit to 3 minutes, but on items, people could speak longer. That's fine. Very good. Next speaker.
I only enforce that on you.
Rodney Phillips, 2620 Northwest 10th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. As usual, the truth hurts. Nobody really want to hear the truth. And the truth is, during this recession, we going into recession, believe it or not. Our current president is forcing us into recession. Nothing's going down anymore. A can of coffee costs $17. I normally pay $10 for a can of coffee. I got to stop drinking coffee. I don't eat eggs. The truth hurts. This $22,936,478.77 during this recession, will it remain the same? Because everything is going up. Where are the safeguards for the city that this price won't double or triple during this present administration? Because everything in America is going up as we talk today. So where, who do I need to direct this to?
Very, very good, Mr. Fitton. Good question. Mr. Tonio, what safeguards do we have as far as the pricing on this particular project?
I'll address it, and perhaps Mr. Berman may want to confirm what I'm saying. Those are bid contracts where the proposer came and had a set of plans from the city, provided cost. We negotiated the costs, came down to a number. Built into that cost, there is a safety factor, and once they sign on that dotted line, it is a set deal. For that price and what's represented in the plan, they are obligated to perform. They are also liquidated damages, even in terms of time frame, if the project was to be delayed through fault of theirs.
Yeah, I understand that, but what his question was, what my question is, when the contractor go where he bought steel for $100 yesterday, today when he go and it's $400, who eat that $300? You or the city?
The city is not responsible beyond what is agreed upon the contract. It was again very clearly represented. It was a bid process where they were.
Regardless of whatever happens, we just gonna pay that set price of $22 million, no matter what recession happens in America. That we just gonna pay the $22 million, nothing more, nothing less. That's what you telling this commission and you telling me.
Yes, if there are no changes.
I see and believe it. You got to show me.
There are no changes or something outside of the contract. That is the final price. Yes, sir.
Very good.
Don't even sound right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this wonderful
Name and address for the record, sir. Name and address.
I'm so sorry.
All right.
Got ahead of myself. Dominic Lewis, 400, 406, 412 Northeast 2nd Street, also 4280 Northeast 18th Avenue. Okay. Great presentation. It's really exciting to see so many projects happening in the city right now, especially expansion of bridges. Not too many people think about how much a vast amount of knowledge is happening when building a bridge. So as a software engineer and educator, I have to mention that this is also a really great opportunity to bring the community and the schools as they're building, infusing the technology, the sensors, the reinforcements, the planning, get the educators and get them out there on the site so they could experience and they could have a very solid knowledge exchange as this is happening. And so, Mr. Tony, you did a great job, but I wasn't wondering if there's going to be any sort of knowledge exchange where students can be brought into the site as this project is happening. And not just this project, many other wonderful projects that are happening. I feel like there is just a missed opportunity to transfer that knowledge to the community and to students that are, maybe interested in the technology, into the construction area, right? Not too many people are like, oh yeah, I want to go and be a construction worker, but construction in 2025 is completely different than construction when they originally built this bridge. So there's underwater sensors, there's IoT, which is Internet of Things. There's so many vast things and integration with Florida Department of Transportation. So I hope this project as well takes into consideration any opportunities for our community, you know, Blanchile, Pompano High, even the private sector, private schools, St. Coleman's could get involved and learn as these projects are happening. And not just this project, many other wonderful projects you're doing as part of this dais. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great idea. Appreciate that. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record.
Jocelyn Jackson. This bridge is very much needed. I'm 55 years old, so I know the bridge older than me. And just to see this city, we really moving up, and it's looking good. You know, some streets we still got to deviate from, but it's looking good. The landscape on Dixie Highway look amazing. Atlantic look amazing. Everything is coming together. And I'm excited about seeing, you know, I know the new bridge comes about with the new, you know, new equipment, like upscale, you know, state-of-the-art equipment got to be involved with the new bridge. And also nice, you know, nice landscaping. So I'm excited about it. It's in District 3, and that's okay. But because they need some work too over in District 3. All the districts need a little work, but District 4 needs the most. But I'm grateful and I appreciate all the new things that's happening because it's time. We deserve it. Our city been down a long time, and I want to see some of the development coming to fruition before I leave here, because I am 55. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Great job on your presentation.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
I stop at 3 minutes.
Okay.
Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. I just want to verify a couple things. The main thing is, when you do this bridge, will there be one lane open all the time?
Mr. Tony?
No, sorry, no. The bridge will be fully closed during construction.
These guys, especially, I live near there. That's where they take people in emergency to Imperial Point Hospital. I mean, they could go up the road and go around, but it's a much quicker route when they go straight down Cypress Road, make a left, and then make a quick right, and they're there at the hospital. So you've never considered this?
We did, Mr. Skaversky, but when we considered they would take over a year to build a bridge, had we done it in sequence versus the challenges of shutting down the bridge, taking the bridge out and reconstructed it, we did all the concurrency in-house with fire, emergency services, and BSO, and that's the best option.
We also have this nightmare over here on Atlantic and Dixie. Like I said, I live there. We have Lions Park. We have Cypress Harbor. We use that street constantly, so we don't have to worry about this Atlantic and Dixie. When I head east, I always use McNab Road. Always. I stay off Atlantic Boulevard because of all the traffic and everything that's backed up. So if you're going to close that, now we're all screwed and we all have to go around and get stuck on Atlantic Boulevard when we want to head east. So this planning and thought process was not very bright, especially the police also. If the police have emergencies, what are they supposed to do? Drive all the way around and come back east or west? Whoever thought of this? I don't care if it took longer or not. You weren't thinking properly. Don't look at me like that, because the police know that too, and so do the firemen. Do you know that it's a 10 or 15?
Skaversky,
It's 10 or 15.
Mr. Skaversky, if you've got a question, go ahead. But
To save a life sometimes could be a difference of 10 or 15 seconds in getting them to the hospital in the emergency room. So you shutting that down, you just took away that 10 or 15 seconds.
Mr.
You know that. I'm correct.
These plans were developed with input.
One last question. One last question. There's a famous person with the CRA that makes a lot of money off of us. A lot of money. Millions. Do they happen to live just west of this area? Or I'm sorry, south on a canal? Or you don't know that?
Is a question for me, sir?
Yeah, do you know that? You don't know that, do you?
I'm not involved in things that are not really.
Because where I live, I'm on the water. That new bridge doesn't help me whatsoever. But that person that makes millions off the city, it helps her.
Very good. Next speaker.
Renee Zaldivar, 200 Southeast 12th Street. Let me give a counterpoint to that. Can I speak again?
Mr. Zaldivar, I'm sorry, you
Yep.
already spoke, sir.
All right.
If once everybody else has a chance, then you can come back up if you need to. Further input from the public? Last chance, seeing none? Okay, Mr. Zaldivar, now's your opportunity.
Renee Zaldivar, 200 Southeast 12th Street. I didn't get a chance to thank you, Fernand, but he's been very generous with his time over the last few months as well. He knew that we had some hardships as well. Like the last gentleman that spoke, we all know there's going to be a little short-term pain to try to gain something, right? We live in a community where bridges go up and down all the time. As a former firefighter paramedic, I know that there are different routes. I know the firefighters and paramedics know that they know that route. Bridges closes, bridges open, routes close, construction happens, mains get broken that shut down a road. There are alternative routes. And I like the fact that when we asked the same question, staff did advise us that they had spoken to these city officials and certainly emergency services to understand how that was going to be impacted. So this gloom and doom end of the world stuff, yeah, don't buy it. At the end of the day, our community is, I'm not here speaking on Cypress Club only, but all the community that I'm still connected to and still speak to frequently, they're all looking forward to this advantage, and all of them are going to be impacted by McNab Road Bridge closure. They know that, but they also are looking forward to the next few years and decades of something glorious, right? So again, staff, I appreciate all the hard work you guys have done to that as well. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Thank you. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. There is a lot here. So this is a big, important geo bond project, something that was promised to the residents and voted on by the residents. It has evolved and morphed over time from a bridge that was only slightly higher to a bridge that is now 4 feet higher. The bridge itself connects District 3 and District 1. So I wouldn't say it's a certain district project. It connects two districts, and it also, the 4 foot higher bridge primarily, or almost solely besides Cypress Club, benefits residents of Fort Lauderdale. So that is some of the context and the education of the passionate feelings here. There are 100 waterfront homes in Fort Lauderdale who will benefit greatly by having their home values increase with a bridge that's 4 feet higher. My concern about this project has always been the timing of it relative to a bridge that actually impacts Pompano Beach residents, which is this 6 Terrace 11th Avenue bridge, which has been promised to those residents. You were the commissioner back then, and I remember sitting at Emmalou well over a decade ago, and that bridge was promised to those residents. And there's 300 Pompano Beach homeowners back there that have serious concerns that when we move forward with this project and the timing of this, we are thereby delaying further hear me out, their project. So there is no way we can do these two bridges at the same time. We heard the concerns about even doing one of them and having McNab Road shut down with the traffic on Atlantic. There is no way we can have this bridge and the 6 Terrace bridge down at the same time. It would plunge that area into absolute turmoil. And that has been discussed over and over, and confirmed. So there's no way we can have both of these bridges out from a traffic perspective. And the look on your face, I mean, can we get confirmation of that so I can continue? Because it looks like there might be maybe you got a different message. That'd be great.
Commissioner, obviously I'm going to give the best educated answer that I can. If it was the will of the commission, we could do both bridge. It would not be ideal because obviously there would be impact, but I think each bridge has a separate route that would be implemented for diversion or for traffic. So it is conceivable. I mean, I know we did not anticipate it ourselves when we designed our bridge. We can certainly coordinate with CIP that is responsible for the other bridge and see, but it's not impossible.
So unfortunately, one of the diversions or the routes that you're going to use when you're not using McNab is actually going to be the 6th Terrace Bridge. Because if you're trying to get east and avoid Atlantic and Cypress, you're going to cut right down 12th, 5th, and then over the 6th Terrace Bridge and out on Atlantic. So
that is true.
That is actually the alternate route. So
yes, for our bridge, that is our current plan.
Right, so the current plan for the McNab Bridge uses the other bridge as the alternate route. So hearing all of a sudden that that bridge could also possibly be taken out at the same time when I've been told for 3 years they can't is interesting. But I'm going to go on the assumption based on what I know about our district and traffic and everything that there's no way these two bridges can go down at the same time. So what happens here is we have a very short timeline now if we're going to attempt to get the 6th Terrace Bridge done, and it is still stuck in the Army Corps of Engineer permitting process. So I asked the other day when we were sitting in the city manager's office, and I'm going to ask again, what can we do to think out of the box and front-end load the bidding process and any other permitting that needs to be done for the 6th Terrace Bridge, so if the Army Corps decides to approve that permit next week or in a month, we are ready to go on the 6th Terrace Bridge and use the window now before 2026 to get that bridge done. Can we qualify contractors now and have a bid that is dependent on permits and approvals?
The project you're talking about is a CIP. Mr. Thoney does not have anything to do with that. But the staff had already been working on preliminary steps that they could have in place if we were to get the Corps of Engineers permit. So they are working as we speak.
So is the plan to put it out to bid? Is the bid package done? And I know that you're going to say that that's not this item, but for me, they are linked. So my support of this item depends on what happens with the 6th Terrace Bridge.
This is a good conversation.
So, yeah. Well, I mean, and you've represented this district, so you are well aware of the concerns and the vocal nature of the residents behind the 6th Terrace Bridge. I'm surprised you didn't get up. I know you're here for pickleball, but come on. So are we going to put it out to bid? How are we going to get moving on that project?
Right now, we're just working on the paperwork for the design. I don't know exactly what the CIP team has in mind as far as whether they're going to go out for an agreement, but we will be sure and come back to the commission at the proper time to make sure that's shared with you all.
My understanding is the design is complete, so my question is, if the design is complete and we're just waiting on this permit, let's be optimistic and assume we're going to get the permit. What's the worst thing we do? We put something out to get bids on what it's going to cost, and we can't move forward because there's huge material changes that come down from the Army Corps. Well, then we weren't going to move forward anyway. So, but if we get that permit, then we are ahead of the game, and we can perhaps get started on that. So it looks like Tammy here might want to respond. Is that okay?
Sure.
Tammy Good, CIP Manager, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. That's correct. We are working with the Procurement Department to put the package potentially out to bid. There is a risk that if the Army Corps comes back with issues or they don't approve it, then of course we have this package out on the street. Hopefully that does not happen before the bid closes. So as long as it's currently out, we can make changes, issue an addenda to the design. There's always a risk in doing that, all staff's time, et cetera, but we are moving forward in that direction. So hopefully when the Army Corps comes back with their comments, they're minimal in nature, and we can seamlessly move into construction or awarding and then construction. So we are, as Mr. Harrison mentioned, we are starting that process now, so that we're not just, everything's happening linear. We are doing things concurrently now.
Exactly. I want to front load things and do things simultaneous if possible. Is there a faster bidding process? Because this is a bridge and something that not a ton of people can do, is there a way to just qualify bidders and get an answer from them as opposed to going out in a formal bid process?
So what we're going to do is similar to the Lions Park project. We're going to advertise the construction in a one-step process. So the contractor will be evaluated via a committee, and they'll be evaluated on their qualifications as well as a price component. So it'll be a one-step process. So the selected committee will evaluate, determine who they want to award the project to based on qualifications, cost, and award it in one step.
And what is the timing of that if that were to go out tomorrow? How long is it out to bid?
Historically, from the time we send something over to procurement before we have a contract in hand, we're about 10 to 15 weeks. But I think procurement's going to expedite this project, considering the importance of it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because I have concerns about approving this with the timing of the bridge project, just basically telling the residents that we've all been hearing from routinely that their bridge is now a 2027 project, because that's basically what we're telling them if we do this and can't get the Sixth Terrace Bridge accelerated.
Well, if everything goes well with the Army Corps, that it's something that could certainly be a possibility. But if the Army Corps comes back with additional comments and we're redesigning, of course, we don't want to delay the McNab Bridge.
I understand, and that would happen anyway, right? So then we would have been back in that loop where we needed to iterate on the design and answer comments. But if we get good news, I want us to be ready to go.
Correct. So we are working concurrently.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have on that bridge. I do have a couple questions for Mr. Tony, too. I want to confirm that the final plans, because what was uploaded in the backup, there was a couple things missing, that the final plans for this project do not have a connection between McNab Road and Southeast 14th Street through Cypress Landing condos. It's the same plan that we've been looking at for the last several years. It does not open up a connection between those two roads.
Vice Mayor, no. There are no connection anticipated for traffic to use 14th Street.
Great, thank you. And then one of the other big concern I have about this project is it has, it's taken so long from when it was first thought of that in some ways the traffic patterns in the city have outgrown those roads. So we now have considerable stacking on McNab and on Cypress Road when you're trying to turn on the other streets. And this project is not addressing any of those underlying concerns with lengthening turn lanes or anything like that, correct?
There is nothing beyond the McNab itself, but we did look at traffic, and I can, find that information and share it with you. We did look overall at the impact and the bridge and the roadway that is being done. Not particularly the turning lane you're referring to at the intersection. There was nothing in particular that was flagged to us. I know you have shared that concern. We can again proactively take a look at that and see if something is warranted on Cypress. As you know, Cypress has a different, in terms of permitting the county and all that, it's a different process itself.
Understand, and we've looked at light timing changes there, but that intersection has been one of the casualties of Atlantic and Cypress. So everyone goes south and takes McNab to get east if you're going southeast, and there's considerable stacking in the turn lanes there. And I just want to be clear that this project was designed and thought about long before Atlantic and Dixie happened, so it doesn't address that additional traffic or what's going on at that intersection today. I think those are most of my concerns. I'm sure other people have questions. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fasick.
Okay, so I also know that for District 1 and District 3, this is a project that is needed. We've been talking about it. It was a go bond project. Very, very positive. Any sidewalks, things like that, the road, definitely bridge. I understand the frustration with construction projects in the city as well. My questions are actually more related to some just contract specifics. So looking through here on the contract, there's on page 2, I'll skip to it. 1.07 mentions any other contractors. And then, so it just says, with whom a contract has been made by the owner, which work is not a portion of the work covered by the contract. So I just want to make sure that this number is an all-in number, or are we also going to be approving or using additional contractors for this project that we'll be paying separately?
Beyond what's being approved here today?
Yes.
No, Commissioner. This
Right.
contract is an all-in with the plans that were designed, including the entire streetscape and the bridge.
Okay, so with this project, as we're approving it today, we're not paying anything else related to this project to a separate consultant outside of this number?
We are not. This is strictly construction cost.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was regarding page 23, and that is, try to jump to it really fast. So it mentions the value of change orders for extra work or reductions of work required. Actually, there's like the whole chapter 32 has to do with money, but unit prices, lump sum price, and cost plus price, but there's no breakdown of cost plus price. It says as follows, and then there's a colon, but there's no numbers in there.
I don't have the whole contract in front of me.
Okay. It's 32, it's on page 23, but it's 32.02.08. Maybe. And then, so I just would like some clarification as to what we are paying.
Okay.
If I may, Tammy Good, CIP Manager. So that's general language in our templates that we use in all of our contracts. And if in the event there were additional scope, or if this project were a cost-plus project, those are the terms by which would govern that work and those costs. But as of right now, this is not a cost-plus contract. It's just language provisions in the contract if it were to come up.
Right. Is there, Mr. Berman, this is probably a good question for you. Is there a standard that we would put as a cost-plus just to have a number in there? Or would it be, I mean, I've always sort of lived by the don't leave something blank in a contract. Would that be a correct assumption?
What page are you on, 32?
On page 23 of 32.
So I can speak to that generally. Typically, when you use a cost plus, it's because you don't have the scope fully defined. So it's whatever it costs the contractor to do the work, and then there's an agreed upon administrative fee or overhead profit, et cetera, for the contractor. We have a fully designed set of plans here. They're 100% complete, so the scope is very clearly and detailed. So there should not be a need to use a cost-plus agreement.
Okay, the only reason I'm asking is because I hope we never have to use it, but if so, it would just be nice to know what that cost-plus is going to look like.
It would be negotiated. That's why that language is in the general boilerplate template as it is now, but those terms would be negotiated at that time.
And again, it's not blank. It just doesn't specify the exact numbers, but there's no blanks there. That is the process that's commonly used in the industry, and hopefully we never get to that. But if we do, we use the standard practices in the industry. And this is, again, standard language. But just to be clear, there's no blank there that...
Well, yes, but it says as all determined as follows, and there's a colon rather than a period. So and then it says the remainder of the page is intentionally left blank. So maybe, I'm just trying to figure out a way to close that sentence.
It's on page 24.
I'm on page 23, on Exhibit B, 23 of 32. That's what it says, huh? It's before overhead and profit. It's that one. It's not on overhead and profit, it's the page beforehand.
Well, if the contract is approved by this body and it's blank,
Well, it's not that it's blank, it's just not defined.
if there's nothing defined, then the contract can't be amended, period. The contract is what the contract is, if we approve it.
Okay, I will. The other, well, I guess can we just look at that while I'll move on. On page 1, there's a list of the contractors and subcontractors, and I know that there was a request for bid. I know this has taken a very long time, and I do recognize some of the names that we have done business with in in the city, which is great. What I'm questioning is, who is in here, it's defined as the city of Pompano Beach is the owner of the, in here. There's contractor, party of the second part to the contract. Then there's project consultant, so city engineer. Is there, I know there's several businesses here. Can we find out or have listed which business is in charge of which piece of the pie here? Who is the contractor of the four businesses here?
HNA is the prime
HNA.
contractor.
Okay, so then there's 4 more left. So of the 4 listed, are those all subcontractors or consultants?
Everybody else are subcontractors to the prime.
Okay, and who is the project consultant?
The project consultant is Kimley Horn.
Kimley Horn, okay. And that wasn't, but there's no, is there a number in there, or is there some sort of agreement that shows that, or is that separate? Is that a separate agreement?
It's a total separate agreement. The engineer puts together plans for us, as you understand, and they help us with the package. They will also provide us construction administration and supervision as the owner. They are total separate entities.
Okay, thank you. The only other concern I have is not related to the project again, but it's related to doing some of the looking into the businesses here that are listed as, I guess, subcontractors. We received a packet anonymously in the mail in January, and there were some names associated with that person's concerns that are also listed when you look up the name of those LLCs. And I just wanted to find out if we have done our due diligence to ensure that that is not affected in any way.
To my knowledge, Commissioner, I don't know how much follow-up has been done since. I can tell you we had to work with procurement, and the entire process went typically the way we typically do our procurement. Whatever vetting was needed to be done, the pricing was based on the plan. It was according to market condition and the best offer, which we even negotiated. Compared to the original pricing we had over a year ago, we are saving $1.5 million. Now, obviously, the city can do additional due diligence and research, whether there's any credence to what may have been alleged, but I really don't know honestly.
Okay. I had heard some concern from District 1 residents and just residents in general about how things were handled previously, and since that packet contained information that was sort of confusing and sort of, I'm trying to find the right word to use here, accusatory in nature is probably the best way I can describe the packet that we received. And so I just would like to make sure that we do make sure that everything is okay with how we receive the bid, but moving forward, we have some protections in place as well.
What I can, if you don't mind me adding, what I can guarantee you is from a disbursement standpoint, my staff and everybody else that supports the city, we go by work in place. There is not a dollar that we pay out unless the work is there, confirmed, and it's according to the contract.
Okay. And I have one last question, and I'll let you go. The line item, when I go to the line item detail, signing agreement, let's see. Exhibit, oh, that's not it. Best and final offer. There's another $100,000 of owner permit fees. Are we able to either absorb, or are we absorbing those as a city, or is that just our own internal cost on top of that?
Yes, Commissioner, we are absorbing that. Typically, it's a pass-through cost. If they had included in their bid, we would have paid for it regardless, because this is something we pay to building services internally for cost of our inspectors. I mean city inspectors to go out there, their time to go and review whether we have electrical inspectors, we have personnel in the urban forestry, or people in the engineering department, whichever group of folks have to go out there. That's the cost for. We have contingency monies that is owner control placed into that contract, and we will be paying that amount through there. But essentially it's a wash. It's always a pass-through cost. We would have paid either as a part of their contract or through our contingency.
Okay. Are any of the contractors or subcontractors or consultants here at all? Because normally when we see developers or somebody come through a project, we have they're usually available for questions. Is anybody here?
I see one as in up, and I can recognize also somebody from Cutting Edge here, but I see two of them here.
Okay. I just wanted to know if they wanted to possibly offer some sort of clarification, but if not, that's all right. Thank you so much.
Very good. Further commission discussion? I just got a couple of things. Just to confirm, and I know this has already been brought up by Vice Mayor, the access from 14th Street, which I know it's supposed to be a lockbox or something, or how is that going to be defined that it's not to be access between 14th Street and the condominiums? Because there was an apartment complex that was built just south of south of McNab Road and just west of Federal Highway that had access to McNab Road that was supposed to be for emergency use only. And this private developer did this, and the private developer's attorney stood right there and said, nope, it will be locked all the time. It's only for emergency access. And that hasn't taken place. So I just want to make sure, because I know the residents on 14th, it's really important to them. So how is that defined?
We understand that very well, Mayor. The entire design, including the auto turn where you actually anticipate how you service the site, whether it's fire rescue or refuse to pick up their dumpster, everything was designed so that it's done through McNab. Now, there is a secondary gate, and that's what you're referring to. Mm-hmm. It is a requirement that the fire department put in place as a secondary means of egress, because when you're combating fire, obviously accessibility is key. It has a control box. Maybe if somebody from fire wants to speak to that, I don't know that anybody else would have access except for fire personnel. But
okay, well, let me ask you, and I don't know if you can answer it or who could, but let's say that lockbox is broken. And I'm not accusing anybody, but sometimes residents, they want to have access to a certain place. And let's say there's some scoundrel out there who decides to break that lockbox, break that gate, and that way it's open. What happens then? It's not our gate. It's private property, correct?
That is correct.
So what happens then? Do we have to cite them by code enforcement to get them to fix the gate and make sure the gate is kept closed? I mean, these are real problems. That's the only, it's a great project, but real problems down the road. So that's why I bring this up.
I have not dealt with a situation like this, to be honest, because that's a very unique case since it's a private property. I would assume that, yes, code enforcement would have to enforce at the request of the property owner.
Okay, all right. So code enforcement, okay. But it is on the plans, and that it shall be maintained in a locked position except for emergency access. Because that was another issue that I ran into with this. This is before your time. This is another issue I ran into because when I approached code enforcement or development services on this other situation that I described, they said, well, there's no indication of it on the plans, so there's nothing we can do. So it's indicated on our plans that that is to be locked by an official lockbox and only accessed by official emergency personnel?
Very clearly specified on the plan.
Okay, good. Just wanted to check on that. Thank you. Also, the bridge itself, I'm sure we've taken care to make sure it's going to be a nice looking bridge. It's not going to be an ugly bridge, is it?
No, we pride ourselves to offer the best to our, our community.
Very
it's
good.
Going to be like any other bridge we've done before.
Just wanted to make sure. That's very good. And now, I know I've known about it for a long time, but also on the plans, it's reflected just south of Brewfish. There is an alley that goes south of their parking area, and I'm just wondering. Here again, I don't want to disrupt this project, but I'm just wondering why do we maintain that alley for what purpose do we have it? Why wouldn't we just abandon the alley and give it to Brewfish? Why do we have that little alley south of Brewfish? I don't mean give it to Brewfish, but get it off the city's hands, because we've got certain obligations when we have an alley that doesn't seem to do anything.
I can ask maybe some of our services. I surmise that it gives access to the canal, maybe for maintenance purposes. There's also some electrical poles. I don't remember how many of them. It may be accessibility for the utilities that use it. I'm not sure if we have any other assets running under the alleys. Sometimes that is why we maintain alleys, even if they are hardly used by the general public.
Because if I could ask you, I mean, hopefully this is going to be approved here right now, but if I could ask you just kind of look into that, because if there's no reason for us to have it and it would benefit somebody else to have it, this might be a great opportunity before Brewfish is completely redone to take care of that issue and just get it off the city's hands. Mr. Harrison, I'm asking Mr. Tony to look into that. Of course, I mean, hey, if there's a reason for it, keep it, of course, but if not, get rid of it. That's just my thoughts on that. But of course, that's up to the commission. The commission would, of course, have to vote to abandon the alleyway. But that's just a thought. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. And as far as 6 Terrace Bridge, yeah, get it done as soon as possible. And if both bridges, I'm sure there's ways that can be worked out. So very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you know, this was a go-bond project, or is a go-bond project, and it was approved in 2018. That was quite some time ago. And I really want to see this project completed. My granddaughter goes to McNab Elementary. My daughter lives in Cypress Club, and so I'm around that area. And it's a challenging thoroughfare with the parking, with the older hotels, and the drainage, et cetera. You know, just like when we did 33rd Street on the GO bond. You know, I live near 33rd Street. Just when they, put the new street lights in, it improved the entire neighborhood. It offered a sense of pride and pride, really, improvement. And so I'm really, really looking forward to this project going on. It's a $23 million sidewalk and road paving project, and then you got another $6 million for a bridge, and certainly in District 2, I would take any fraction of that money for things as simple as sidewalks and road paving. So, but nonetheless, it's important to the entire city to see this project finally going forward and not cutting and not worrying about if 6 Terrace Bridge, I mean, I really wish I had those problems in my district. Whether a $23 million streetscape project and bridge or another bridge so, I can get a taller boat out. I mean, I really wish I had those problems. But I really fully support this project. Thank you for your presentation. That's all I have, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item number 4 is a resolution. Thank you.
A resolution. That's okay. I don't get to call those. I just get to read. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing award of ITB 25-009 Kip Jacoby pickleball courts to the lowest responsible bidder, Alexander and Johnson Project Management and Development, Inc., and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a construction agreement number 12789, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Dr. Good.
Tammy Good, CIP Manager. This project was competitively solicited as an ITB invitation to bid for the improvement at Kip Jacoby Park. This project consists of constructing 8 new pickleball courts and all of the ancillary features storm drain, water management, lighting, bleachers, fencing. And the lowest responsive bid was Alexander and Johnson in the amount of $1,009,010, and staff recommends to award the project to them.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Name and address for the record.
Hi, Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. I don't have much to say on this one, but 9 courts.
8 courts.
8 pickleball courts.
This company, do you know what other places they build pickleball courts or no?
I'm going to let the procurement manager speak to that. She was the one that checked references, or her team did. So if you have any specific questions relative to procurement, I'll let Mary speak to that.
It's amazing my clock runs. Well, that was what I really wanted to know, because I go to other areas to play, and some of the pickleball courts in certain areas get ripped up much quicker than other areas. So I was just wondering other spots that they may have built courts.
I can't answer that.
Okay, so the question is, have they done other pickleball courts?
In the general vicinity.
Gotcha, okay.
I would assume so, otherwise we would not have deemed them responsible and responsible.
I was on one in Boca on Saturday, and the courts were falling apart. And, you know, I don't know anything about building them personally, but for some reason, the ones in Palmyra are very nice. Some last, some don't. Ours across the down the street are nice, but depends on who's building it. Sometimes just.
Well, they'll be built in accordance to the design that we've approved, so we're not going to design something that's not going to provide long-term, durability.
And when is this expected to start? Because this has been going on for many, many years now, right?
Yeah, we were using the actual plot for staging for Lions Park.
So when
I know
so as soon as we have a contract in hand, the contractor will apply for all the applicable permits, and then we'll issue a notice to proceed, and then they'll be ready to begin construction.
Do you think it'll be done by the end of the year?
Possibly, yes.
Because I have an idea with Parks and Rec, which I don't feel like talking about, that would bring revenue to hotels and restaurants if we could get these up and running. Because, but anyway, that's about it. You going to get your buddy to get his crap out of there? Giannetti? Tell him to move it?
That down storage area will not delay this project.
Tell him to get it out.
Very good. Further public input. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Hello again, Dominic Lewis, 400 Northeast 2nd Street, 33060. Another wonderful project. Sounds really exciting. I'm not a pickleball pro, but I'd like to get into it. Can you maybe speak about the process in which you came down to this one vendor? Which other vendors were selected? What criteria you used? I just want to have a better understanding, because I also did vet out a couple different pickleball vendors, because I did, for one of the schools I was working with, we had a basketball court done. We did one, and we worked with sports courts, and the experience was really not that good. So I'm just wondering if they were part of that process, and how did you come to that single one? What criteria did you use? You could just talk about it. I know you did a lot of it, but just give me a little bit of insight.
Sure.
Sir, let me give you my business card.
Yeah.
And you come up to my office, and we'll go over this in great detail with you. Okay?
Yeah, that's.
I'll do that too, but if I can get a short.
So just real quick, basically the criteria in the documents that the contractor has to possess existing qualifications and experience, having performed the same scope of work, and similar dollar value and complexity. So evidently they did, otherwise we would not be awarding it.
Okay. And were there other vendors as well, or was this the only one?
There were, I believe, a couple other vendors, from my recollection, that bid on this project.
Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Lisa Dreyer, 310 Southeast 5th Avenue here in Pompano Beach. Been a resident here for 24 years. love pickleball, love the community, and we'd like to see more pickleball courts. If you guys take the opportunity to go by and see Pompano Park, it's booming in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. We're busting at the seams, and we really need more courts, but we would like to see other things at the new court, like, for example, shaded areas. There's not any shaded areas, you know, at the Pompano courts there. So we'd like to see that. We'd like to see water fountains closer to the courts, some emergency equipment. I don't know if you guys heard that somebody had a heart attack and died just the other day, and it's happened before, you know, and they were young people in their 50s. So we would just like to see that. We'd like to see the courts maintained. I play in Pompano every day, and, you know, the nets aren't really maintained, and the area's not maintained. The trees aren't really maintained. You know, there's iguanas in the trees pooping, you know, on the courts. So we would just like to know that the courts are being maintained, kind of like the tennis courts are maintained in the area. So if you guys would take that in consideration, we would all appreciate it.
Very good, thank you. Appreciate that. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So originally we, CIP dollar amount was $750,000 for the courts, and it's now up to $1,009,010. That's more than 25% over the original cost was. Not that you really know that, but what actually happened, but could you surmise why it is more than 25% more than what we anticipated a year ago for this project? Tammy, thank
I
you.
was equally surprised to see those numbers myself. All three bids were very closely in the amount. They were probably within just a few % of each other. I don't know, maybe long lead time on the lighting, metals, there's volatility with that, asphalt, fuel, maybe the presidency, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I get, yeah, of course, and the things that we can't participate, but I would maybe ask the commission here, is there any merit to re-examining whether this is cost beneficial for the city, since it costs so much more than it did when we decided on the budget meeting?
Well,
I mean, that's just a thought.
I think we're about to find
And,
out once we
yeah,
vote.
well, let's just, I would say let's call the question. I just was making a point. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. On the prior item, we actually ran over, it was at the tune of like $6 million in fund balance, but you own a condo in the unit that's going to benefit right behind that bridge, so you didn't have any comment on that one. But here, it's $250,000, and this was budgeted back, I think, a couple of years ago in the CIP. Were there adjustments made in the CIP over time, or was it back in 2022 when we did this?
This was probably budgeted in 2024. I think this is a 25 CIP. We did not escalate. We did not add in any escalation. We just assumed that in a year, this would be what the price is. Unfortunately, it came in much more than that.
I think it's before that, because we've been talking about this since before I was
We do have a lot of conversations about a lot of
in
CIP
office.
projects, so it's highly probable.
Okay, so yeah, I think this is even older than that. So 25% over a couple of years for such a great facility that we're going to add to our city. I actually think this is the kind of work that the people here want us to focus on. They don't want us to take lanes out of roads. They want us to be a safe, clean, fun place to live with beautiful amenities, and this is exactly what they want. So I'm excited to bring that to them. I also have concerns about parking, so I'm just going to put it on the record again like I always do. If at any time that one holdout parcel on the corner to the north of the park decides to sell, it would make a great way to add parking and kind of complete the facility of Kiptakobe Park. So let's keep an eye out for that. Thank you, Tammy.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Go ahead.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mayor. Just
Segerson-Eaton.
for the record, I do own a condo in Cypress Club, and I've sought out numerous legal opinions on whether I would directly benefit any more or less than anyone else, and I do not have a conflict of interest any more than you might, because you live behind the bridge and you want the bridge done. But nonetheless, it's like having a roadway next to your property, 33rd Street, or street lights installed. I have no conflict of interest. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Sorry. In no way was I implying that you actually had a conflict of interest. No, I pointed out the obvious that had already been pointed out here, or I would not have. But in no point would I suggest that you have a conflict of interest and would vote on something that you should not. I would completely agree. No, I said that you didn't, interesting you didn't speak up. You spoke up on this one, but not that one.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Well, I've just got a question, Tammy. Why are we doing 8-foot fences all the way around them? Because we don't have 8-foot fences over at Community Park.
Well, this is a little closer to Cypress Road.
Well, I know, but it's a.
We can look at that. I did notice that.
It's like a prison. Yeah,
it's kind of obtrusive. I did note that, and we are actually looking at other options. So maybe we'll just go with a 6-foot picket metal decorative fence around it. I don't think that needs to be 8 foot. So we're already looking at that.
Okay, I've got Vice Mayor, then I've got Commissioner Fessy.
On that same topic, the entry to Kip Jacoby Park off of 5th Court, that is, behind the building there, I've often said it actually feels like you're entering a prison. So I don't know if we can do anything to make that look better also when we're doing these upgrades. But if we change out fencing, or the new fencing that we put in, maybe we can somehow incorporate it there so it doesn't feel like you're entering a.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that.
Okay, it's a small section.
Get a lot of balls out of bounds. Keep it high.
Yeah, that entrance you're talking about, I think it's designed. One thing, it's designed so you can't get through there with bikes and all that, so it limits access,
But
makes it harder to
looks
access.
terrible.
Yeah.
There's no razor wire, though.
No.
Not yet.
Commissioner Fessy?
So I would like to speak to the 8-foot height because I have played at the community park, and it would be very helpful to have when balls go flying, and that Mike has said he hits them out of bounds a lot, and that's fine. But that does happen, especially with new players and things like that. And then if there's people waiting for the court or waiting to use take their turn, it was nicer to be able to retrieve that quickly, can finish the game, and then it sort of just helps to keep everything moving. Now, to your point though about making it look like a prison, maybe potentially we could have some like low-level landscaping or something simple around the exit so it softens the blow a little, potentially. Thank you.
There is landscaping around it.
On the other side.
Whatever. I didn't see any elevations. I just saw it was an 8-foot fence. So I really don't care. That's fine. Further commission discussion? Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Seeger-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 5 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing award of ITB 25-008 Northwest 22nd Street stormwater improvements to the lowest responsible bidder, DBF Construction LLC, and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a construction agreement number 12791, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Dr. Good, once again.
Tammy Good, CIP Manager. This project is a stormwater management project at Northwest 22nd Street, which is located just south of Copitz Road and west of Powerline. It actually adjoins Powerline Road. It's one street, dead-end street, and basically this project consists of exfiltration trench, which is there's no outfall, there's no existing outfall or proposed outfall, so the water will be collected and percolate down and back down into the earth. And the lowest responsive bidder was DBF Construction, and staff recommends awarding the project to them in the amount of $779,000, $779,762.02. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Just name and address for the record.
I didn't read the back, Mike Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue. I didn't read the backups or anything. Is this on like a street where there's commercial property or?
It is industrial, yes.
How big's the pipe going to be? How wide?
For the most part, it's 15-inch in diameter. It's exfiltration, so there will be an exfiltration trench. The water will be collected and then...
Nothing like the disaster that went down my street that was 6 feet wide that caused such damage.
How do you like that project now?
It floods worse.
I don't think so.
It does. Because we had no flooding on my street.
It's going to be very similar. It's storm drain, it's construction, it will be very similar.
You don't want to get into that project.
We will be cognizant of traffic because it is a dead-end street, so we are going to have to keep a lane open.
And they're going to put down steel slats like they did before?
If there are any open holes that are left open, that we will resort to that, but hopefully we won't. That's not our policy to allow open holes.
I didn't look at this street. So it's a commercial street?
Industrial, yes.
So if you put down steel slats, people have to be informed about getting their tires slit, because I had two that got slit, and you can run into real problems. But I didn't see the map. I don't exactly know what this looks like.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like it's anything like what went down my block whatsoever, correct?
It's not.
Yeah, that was very bad.
Very good.
All right.
Thank you. Next speaker? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Item 6 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a memorandum of understanding between the City of Pompano Beach and the City of Terracini, Italy, to establish a friendship city affiliation, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Before we move forward with this, Mr. Tabing, I just want to take this opportunity to pass, I'm going to pass these out. This is the report from Mr. Tony Phillips concerning the Sister Cities project, how it's been going for the past year. So I'm just going to pass this out to the commissioners so they've got that. It's just informational reading. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Tabing.
Ty Tabing, Cultural Affairs Director. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. The resolution before you would establish a friendship city affiliation with Terracini, Italy, which is located in Sicily. This will make our 5th Sister City affiliation. The Sister Cities program promotes cultural, educational, and trade exchange between participating cities. Our local chapter is led by Tony Phillips, who is here today. Tony has done great things with the Sister Cities program, including creating a pen pal program for students from elementary through high school students to exchange letters with their foreign counterparts. This past January, our local Sister Cities program awarded their first college scholarship, which was to a student from FAU to attend a semester at St. Anna Institute in Sorrento, Italy. Tony's also been successful in identifying businesses that are looking to establish manufacturing and warehouse facilities here in Pompano Beach, and I have connected him with our economic development people to see if there might be an actual business connection that comes from that. That concludes my presentation. Tony Phillips and I are here to respond to any questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. Thank you for being here, Mr. Phillips. Appreciate your support. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Harton?
Yes, and thank you once again, Mr. Phillips. Appreciate your help there. Item number 7 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of ITB 25-007 Senior Activity Center parking lot to the lowest responsible bidder, DBF Construction LLC, and authorizing the proper city officials to execute construction agreement number 12790, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Dr. Good.
Tammy Good, CIP Manager. So this project consisted of also competitive solicitation, invitation to bid, and the lowest responsive bid was DBF Construction in the amount of $433,868. Basically, this project consists of constructing 33 new parking stalls and all of the ancillary features that accommodate that. landscaping, lighting, storm drain, curbing, pavement, et cetera. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concern. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Can you explain to me, Tammy?
Can't hear you.
The contract, where it says pre-construction phrase requirement?
That too is a just general language in our boilerplate. There is no pre-construction. Typically that language is applicable if we have like a design build contract where the contractor is responsible for designing. We designed this project and the delivery method we chose was the design bid build. So those terms are not applicable to this particular contract.
Okay, but it is listed as, okay. What about the design? I didn't see a design in the backup as to how it looked.
I believe this was one that was asked late. The file size of the plans were a little too large to send or to upload into the Granicus system. So those were sent out via a separate email. But essentially, these stalls are going to be constructed on the east side of the porte cochere, and where the entrance is to the facility. There's like a little vacant lot between the apartments and the senior center. That's where these parking stalls will be constructed.
Okay, when are you expected to start?
Again, as soon as we get the contract in hand, so hopefully that takes just a few weeks, and we get permits, so a few months maybe.
Okay, because I do see that DBP is getting a lot of
DBF.
work. DBF getting a lot of work from us.
So that's right, and so they competitively bid on that. So when we use them outside of the competitive bid process, you can feel assured that we're getting a fair price from them when they win bids, when they're competing.
Well, you know, we've been waiting on this for a while, so I would like to see us get started as soon as possible on this project. And of course, we wouldn't be doing the parking lot if it had been done properly from the beginning. But of course, we need to get that parking done as soon as possible because it's a long walk for our seniors to walk from the parking lot to the building. So the sooner we can get started, the better. And I think that's it. Thank you. And you said 33 parking spaces, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's it.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Vice Mayor.
Dr. Good, were there other responsive bidders? Because I didn't see that in the backup either. And normally we get a tabulation that shows who bid on it and who was selected.
But I believe there was. Again, I did not see. I just seen the list of bidders. I looked for that. I think it was maybe sent via an email. I don't have access to all that information. Okay. Again, I would have to defer to the procurement director for that information. She uploaded all the backup into the Granicus system.
Okay, but you do believe there were multiple bidders that responded to this one, and it was the same on the prior item. I was going to ask you that, but.
I do believe there were. Actually, I think there were a lot more bidders on this one than there were on the Kip Jacoby. I know for certain there were only 3 bidders on the Kip Jacoby pickleball courts. I believe on this one there were probably 5 or 7.
Okay, and so they are the lowest bidder that was vetted and qualified to do the work?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
But can we?
I'm sorry, I've got Commissioner Segerson, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, thank you. So another successful GO bond project, brand-new senior center with a beautiful facility, state-of-the-art, and, you know, it was a matter of being a victim of its own success and not having enough parking spaces. So what the city did was purchase a piece of property next to it at about $750,000, and now we're making it right by spending another $450,000 or so to put another parking lot nearby. So I am tickled pink that this is finally happening for our Northwest seniors who have raised concerns for these many months. So thank you. Thank you for that, Tammy, and the rest of the staff.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, I am not tickled pink, and I'm wearing pink. This is not a state-of-the-art senior activity center. I wish it could have been. Maybe in the future we can get to that point or somewhere down the line. But anyway, this senior center have a lot of issues. And a lot of things need to be worked out, and of course, I will be working with the city manager on those, the little flaws that we're having there. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Vice Mayor.
Quickly in response to that, the GEO bond has given us a bunch of amazing new assets in our city, but with it, there have been some growing pains at a lot of the facilities, or maybe designs we look back at and say and think could have been done differently or better. So I understand that happened at Youth Sports Complex also when the fields were designed the wrong size, and we've had to go and correct that. So I agree that you need to keep that pursuing what needs to be done in order to get to the facility that you think the seniors deserve and need. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 8 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a piggyback agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Allen J. Automotive Management, Inc. for purchases of new municipal vehicles, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. McCon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission, Rob McCon, Public Works Director. This second reading of the ordinance asks you to approve an agreement, a piggyback agreement between the city and Allen J. Automotive Management to purchase some of the items that were previously approved on the FY25 capital outlay, specifically small trucks, cars, and vans. There have been no changes since the first reading. That concludes my comments, subject to your questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fezzik.
So I wanted to just point out that I want to correct some things that at the last reading, I asked the question why we weren't using somebody local. And I did some due diligence in the past 2 weeks and did actually reach out to these people at L&J and just asked the questions that I had. And what I learned was actually really, really interesting because we do get the best price. And so I know that some residents had reached out to me, so I want to clarify that we do actually get the best price because of for vehicles through agreements like this, because they have a straight to the manufacturer agreement, and so we are not paying extra for that as well. So I just had a couple quick questions. How many vehicles or trucks do we have in our fleet? Not the specialty ones, but just like standard vehicles.
Ooh.
Ballpark. It's
Roughly? Well, maybe somewhere between 1 and...
Well, I will give you a number, and I will go back and count them and follow up. I would say 300 to 350.
Okay, somewhere there. And of those vehicles, how many of those, I think I asked you, how many of those vehicles would you say are probably like closer to end of life, need to be replaced?
Right, so we do have a capital replacement plan, just like we have a capital improvement plan, so it's on a 5-year basis. And we typically look to replace those depending on mileage and use, at the 8-year point. And it becomes, like you know with your own vehicle, it's a balance of, we're gonna start to run into major repairs. Could we keep it a little longer, or are we subject to maybe have to replace the transmission? So we have a vehicle management system called Faster, and it gives each of our vehicles a numerical rating, and we use that when we're looking at our capital replacement plan to figure out, do we need to maybe move this, other than knowing the vehicle's breaking down, it's obvious. That's what we look at to see, should we maybe push it a little more or bring it in.
Okay. And of the 300 or 350, that random number, do we own all of those vehicles, or do we lease some vehicles?
We lease some of those vehicles. We do not own all of them.
Okay, would you say again, not necessarily number, but maybe a ballpark percentages of lease versus own?
Maybe 20% leased.
And the reason why I'm asking is, how much do we anticipate either purchasing through procurement with L&J or potentially leasing? Is our structure now moving to more leasing or more purchasing, or is that specific?
I'd say it's still more purchasing, Because if you saw on the capital outlay list, there were two different columns of funding. Some was the money that you recently approved that was borrowed for those vehicles, and the other was, they call it pay-as-you-go, which those are for our other, like the utilities department or the air park, those that have their own funding, that they pay for those vehicles. So, but in that plan, just looking at the type of vehicles that are in that capital outlay, again, this is limited to small trucks, cars, and vans. Out of that whole list, 43 of those vehicles would qualify under the type of vehicle that Allen J could provide, and not all of those will be provided by Allen J.
Okay. So 43 of those types of vehicles. So outside of that, who else do we use for procurement of vehicles aside from Allen J?
Well, again, some of those will be leased.
Okay.
And we have used the Broward Sheriff's contract in the past. And if we find out from one of the departments that they know for sure, hey, this type of vehicle, just through their personal knowledge, they have a better deal than Allen J, we'll have another agreement with some other vendor. So I don't know. There's, again, like we mentioned last meeting, this is a vehicle used to purchase vehicles. So
And just who do we use as a company for leasing?
Enterprise.
Enterprise, okay. And then how many, do we anticipate increasing that number from 20% at all, or no? For leasing? Are we planning on?
We do plan to lease some vehicles this year from Enterprise. I think the number's around 20 vehicles from Enterprise.
All right, that's all. I just wanted, I was very much informed by a conversation through there, so I just had a lot of additional questions, and thank you for the clarity. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to vote for this so we can continue replenishing our fleet as necessary, but I also have a lot of questions about our fleet based on the conversation we have and this enterprise leasing agreement. So the answer is total, we have about 403 vehicles. 71 of them are leased, so it's about 17.6%. And of the vehicles that we've leased, and this is where I'm concerned about our leasing strategy, 70% of them have less than 5,000 miles a year, and there are 8 to 10 of them that have less than 1,000 miles a year that we're paying for. So we are effectively at the end of 5 years turning in vehicles that have 5,000 miles or less on them and that we've been paying for 5 years. So vehicles like that, you should have bought or you didn't need it. And if it's a very specialized vehicle, so you're not putting a lot of miles on it, then certainly shouldn't lease it because the lifespan of it could be quite long. So I have a lot of questions actually about our fleet strategy and these lease agreements and how we went from a 29 resolution to lease 13 vehicles to 71 vehicles here that appear to me to be not the best financial decision. So I'm not going to belabor that here and now, but I am going to be asking some questions about our leasing strategy relative to buying, because I think at $40,000 a month and $500,000 a year just for leased vehicles, there's probably some opportunity there. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fasick.
So I'll kind of come back to that later, but are we, if we are continuing to lease vehicles, obviously if we purchase something over a certain dollar amount, it would come to the commission for a vote. If we are leasing vehicles, and that contract would of course have that whatever it is a month, would that be something that also comes to commission?
Whatever the procurement rules are, that's, if it says to come before the commission, yes.
Okay.
I don't know specifically, like, we've been talking purchase, now we're talking lease, and it's the total amount versus the monthly amount. I'm not trying to sidestep the question, I don't honestly know.
Okay, yeah, I was just looking if we were counting from the actual value of the item we're leasing and insuring, or if we're counting from a monthly payment.
Understood.
Thank you.
Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, let's take a 10-minute recess. out there?
Stick with this. You don't know what.
All right. That's all right. Here we go. Let's call the meeting back to order. Item number 9 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a First Amendment to the ground lease agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and 20 North Oceanside Owners, LLC, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Lance.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Jeff Lance, Parking Manager. This is the second reading of this item, and there have been no changes since the first reading.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, item 10 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an assignment and assumption of licensors' interest in parking agreement among the City of Pompano Beach, Lease Florida Pompano LLC as assignor and Wells Fargo Bank N.A. as assignee, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Mr. Lance.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Jeff Lance, Parking Manager. This is the second reading of this item, and there have been no changes since the first reading.
We like it. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, item 11 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a public transportation grant agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the State of Florida Department of Transportation, accepting a grant in the amount of $195,000 for assistance in funding the operation of a community transit circular service and confirming the city's matching contribution in an amount of $195,000, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Once again, Mr. Lance.
Good afternoon again, Jeff Lance, Parking Manager. The item before you today is a public transportation service grant in the amount of $195,000. It's a one-year grant initially, and if the grantor is pleased with the service, they will continue funding for an additional 2 years. In July of 2020, the city received a matching grant from Florida Department of Transportation for the initial funding of this project. This funding will continue through this year and will end December of 25. The city's extended our agreement with our current provider, Circuit, for an additional year, for an additional 1 year. During this time, staff will submit a request for proposals for a new longer-term agreement with a provider for this service with competitive pricing. These funds will enable the city to expand our microtransit circular out further into neighborhoods just west of the Intercoastal Waterway by adding 2 additional neighborhood electric vehicles or golf carts to the north and south within the Harbor Village area. This expansion is expected to further reduce traffic on our roadways as well as reduce demand for parking on the Barrier Island. The city will match this funding dollar for dollar as stipulated in the agreement. The staff will continue to seek additional grant funding for further expansion over time. This completes my presentation.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Good afternoon again, Dominic Lewis, 400 Northeast 2nd Street. Just, again, wonderful proposition here. Everybody loves grants. I was just curious again, what grant management system is the city using, if any, right? It'd be great so we could understand where these grants are coming in, when is it time to renew, what other opportunities are coming down the pipeline to manage the grants. And just kind of like, a common theme. The reason why I was questioning about the pickleball courts and the procurement process, it would be very, very nice to understand, how are these things coming about? Is it OpEx? Is it CapEx? When do you go to CapEx? When do you go to OpEx? for example, again, not this item, but when you're going to lease a vehicle, there's ways to govern that, even using Lyft or Uber now. You could do a private agreement with Lyft where they could source out who's the cheapest, Hertz, Enterprise, or there's so many other of them. So, I mean, this use of the technology could really benefit the city, right? Again, this campaign management system, if we have one, I think it's great. If not, I think we need to do something immediately to help make the city operate smarter. I mean, just to everyone's benefit, including you guys, you're doing so much hard work. Let's use some of the technology to make everyone's life easier. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Pheasant.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, item 12 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 32, Departments of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 32.39, competitive bidding to provide for revision to the city's procurement procedures, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Berman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and be as brief as I can with this. Normally I follow direction of the commission as a whole before I bring something, but at the last meeting I was tasked to bring back within a certain specific time period modifications for this process, and having accepted the challenge, I made a few suggestions and consulting with our procurement director, who had a few changes as well. This does not affect the construction provisions whatsoever. This dealt with the manager's authority to enter into contracts. Basically, at that meeting, I sat, listened, and took down all the complaints I heard and tried to address them in this ordinance, and I think that I did. Now, I'm not sure, again, I took a risk. I'm not sure if the commission as a whole wished me to proceed in this manner. However, I thought that what I've brought up does present an opportunity for some greater fiscal control, additional legal review of documents that are being, of contracts that are being entered into, while at the same time letting staff and management deal with the procurement issues that they're supposed to be dealing with. In addition, you'll see in the first part, there are just some changes to titles. We seem to change title position of department heads from time to time without considering how those titles are used throughout ordinances. So I figured we'd clean that up in talking with the procurement director as well. Let me just go over these briefly with you, and if there's any interest, great. If not, perhaps at the upcoming, I believe there's going to be an upcoming procurement workshop, and this could lead at least minimally to some suggestions or thoughts for that as well. So I figured, let me give it a shot. Very briefly, one of the specific complaints was manager's authority was increased too much to 200 from 75,000. I've suggested a possible reduction down to $150,000, which hopefully would not greatly affect operations that much, but also in accordance with a couple of provisions. Number one, all the contracts that are entered into by under this subsection, again, not including construction, would be reviewed by the city attorney to ensure proper form of document. There was a complaint that the proper form of a document, although I believe it was a CRA contract, was not used, and I wanted to make sure that it can't hurt to have additional review by my office, my staff, or myself. I'm certainly willing to put the additional time in to do that. In addition, on a quarterly basis, the procurement director will provide an updated listing of all of these contracts to the commission, so that they don't have to ask for them. They can see them, although they may now instead be put on the website. But something will be done so there's more information there for everybody, which I didn't think was a bad idea. In addition, all such contracts will contain a clause, and they pretty much all do, for termination by convenience with no greater than 60-day requirement, so that when you get this report and you said the commission as a whole decides, well, maybe it doesn't want that, we can go back and do something to terminate that just in case. These contracts, I believe the template that's being used already does contain that. Finally, another concern or complaint that came up was about multiple contracts for goods or services with any single vendor, and you can't evade the monetary limit at the beginning of the subsection by obtaining multiple contracts for the same product, scope of work, or services unless you go back to the commission, and that was going to be prospective in nature. Another complaint that was made, or concern, I should say, complaint doesn't sound as friendly. Another concern that was expressed that I heard was items that exceed the budgeted amounts are purchased. And, you know, realizing that the budget process is just an estimate anyway, where we always true up the budget and make transfers to cover these are expected additional costs. And at the end of the year, the budget's trued up, the commission gets to review that and approves it. And then after that, it's audited by an outside auditor or auditing company. Hasn't been any problems in years, but there was concern about these additional costs over what was approved, and my recommendation was if it's greater than 25% to fund that price differential, just to show what was transferred from where to where, because these differences are always built in and always normal part of a budgetary process. Before the purchase is made if feasible, or if delay is going to cause additional price increase, escalation for that item, then it would be purchased and then explained to the commission. We don't want to inhibit the process, I felt, by extra expense to the city and its taxpayers. The last thing that I had really suggested or made a change was something that's really common sense, and it really kind of is already there, but this is the, I'm glad all the guys in the yellow shirts came back in the room. This is the fire truck item. No capital items may be ordered or purchased requiring payment in future budgetary years unless they're approved through that budgetary process, unless you come before the commission and first get approval to do that, if you need to do so before it gets to the budgetary time. That was the advice I'd given initially. Again, it's just kind of a common sense thing. If you have an opportunity to save the taxpayers a lot of dollars, as we did with the other vehicle in question, and you have an opportunity to order it, not wait 4 years to get one made for you with a spec, or any other type of advantageous situation, go to the commission, get approval to do it. That way, when we get to the budget process later on in the year, everyone knows that this one was already ordered and that is item or items will be part of the budget. So some may think here that, this wasn't needed again. Some may believe it's not enough. I don't know. I just wanted to put some ideas out there after having been instructed or directed to bring something back. This is what I brought back. I think it makes sense. I think it shows some greater responsibility. And again, this may not be the right time, but this is when I was advised to bring it to you. So I'm bringing it to you now. If you want to consider it, great. I think it makes sense. I think it's workable. If not, again, that's your decision. Again, I usually play it safe by getting direction from everybody, but I thought it was worth taking a chance in this situation. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that, Mr. Byrne. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Don't be shy. Just name and address to the record.
Jackie Moreland, 1526 Northwest 7th Lane. Mr. Berman, you did a lot of reading and work. So I want to be able to understand, in layman's terms, and I was able to follow you somewhat, and I took my notes, of the procurement procedures. So now there's a cap of how much they're able, the consultants or whoever, the fire truck people, whoever, are able to spend.
There always was a cap in, no, that's not correct, but
Okay.
I'll explain it just so you're
Okay.
comfortable with it, okay? There
Okay.
always was a cap in what the city manager can spend. It was increased, there was some discussion that it was increased too much, so I'm trying to set a compromise out there that'll make everybody happy. Don't know if it's going to work. Maybe that's because I've been a certified mediator for 30 years and I can't stop. But there always was a cap. As far
what was
as
that?
ordering things and capital items, no, there's no cap on that. Whatever the cost is the cost. The point is, if you're going to order a capital item before it's approved by next year's budget, you need to order it earlier in the year, the prior year, just to have that. Just go to the commission so that the commission gives you the authorization that you don't have to go out and do it, number one. Number two, so in all fairness to every commissioner, when this comes before them in the budget process, they need to know if this has already been ordered or not. That didn't happen last time.
Oh, so those perimeters were not in place from the last time?
They were, but they weren't, I mean, it wasn't in writing. It's kind of like this way it's not a you should know. Now it's in writing, so whether I give advice that's not followed, it doesn't matter, because now it's in the code and it would have to be followed.
Okay.
It's not my revenge or anything, it's just a good process.
I didn't say anything about revenge. That was you.
It's not about me.
No, I understand.
It's in the best interest for everybody.
And is this comparable to surrounding cities as to how they do it too, and the leeway that they have? Are we kind of in the same guidelines as our surrounding cities?
I haven't done a comparison. I've been told or heard from the podium, and this is more than others. Some, we try to lead, and people try and have people follow our example. The amounts here are certainly within reasonable range. They're certainly lawful. And my initial review when this was changed was, does it meet the law? And it does, so.
Okay. I think, and you said that there's a procurement supervisor or a person that oversees this procedure. You gave a position of a person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a purchasing, it's now, used to be purchasing director, it's now director of procurement and contracts.
So all this time we were going over all this stuff, this person couldn't have come and been a part of this discussion? No?
Well, she's in the room.
Oh.
Wave, say hello.
Oh, hi, okay.
And I did speak with her, and she did give me some input, and I made a few adjustments to this based on her input to this,
So we have perimeters in place, and if it goes over the capital budget, it needs to come back to this group of commissioners before they can basically spend outside of their budget.
That is basically, you have to have authority to order to enter into a contract on behalf of the city. So, this will ensure that what happened before doesn't happen again, where everyone would seem to be caught off guard. And look, things happen, and it may have been how things were done previously, but in this case, the timing didn't work out properly. So I think it's incumbent upon all of us to say, well, if this went wrong, how can we make it better? How can we fix it? What steps did we positively take to make sure that this situation doesn't reoccur? And this is what I'm proposing.
Okay.
Doesn't mean it's right. It means I think it's the best way to look at it at this point.
Okay. It sounds much better than what we were talking about before, but I know that you guys have to agree on that. But I here again said what I said at the last commission meeting, and I think Ms. Williams-Finney said it before. This sounds like lawyer terms, and this is all your language.
That's what I do.
Yeah, I'm a special needs educator of 41 years. So for my students or people that may not understand this, you know what I'm saying? So some of the questions may not sound, the way that they may sound mediocre to you. I'm just saying sometimes it's just easier to understand if it's a little bit of a layman's terms when it comes to some of this stuff.
I understand, and if you
because you lawyers are slick, because you guys, you not you per se, but sometimes language is used so we don't really understand, and you got to go and dissect it. So it may take me a couple of times, but my daddy was a shrewd businessman too, and I know how to peel the onion back to get to where I want to be. But I'm just saying sometimes this is difficult for the citizens to understand, and we don't necessarily come with the questions that we have until everything's over.
I'm always happy to answer your questions if you ever need to call the office, and I'm happy to go through it with you or anybody else. I mean, it's not, again, I'm working with the language that's already in the ordinance and trying to make as few changes as possible, but enough changes that there's some significance in the changes.
Thank you. This was, I could follow you today. Last time, not so much. This time, I was able to take my notes and follow you. Thank you.
My wife says the same thing, by the way, so thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. I've got Vice Mayor, then I've got Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Berman. Where you see complaints, I just see the opportunity to do much better. And I appreciate you taking the lead on editing what was our ordinance, which it makes it a little difficult when you're starting with something to make the appropriate edits to it. I don't know that this is exactly where I would have ended up. And maybe there's some opportunity to discuss things. For example, Ms. Moreland's question about the purchasing authority for the city manager, so it was $75,000 and then it went up to $200,000 and this rolls it back to $150,000. Mr. Berman said that we like to be leaders, and I do like to be a leader, but I don't want to be a leader in giving unchecked authority to unelected officials to spend our taxpayer dollars. So that's not where I want to lead. So I would probably roll it back slightly more than the 150, but I'm guessing there's not going to be an appetite to do that. I do think in looking at the benchmarking that the next highest cities are at 100,000, and there's a couple of them in the county. So we would still be 50% higher than the other cities in the county. But this does go a long way to address a lot of the concerns about the controls and compliance issues, the reporting issues, the legal review, all of those that I think were lacking in our ordinance before, where we were just silent on things that we needed to be more explicit on. We now have proper controls in place here. We were talking about doing a procurement workshop, and we voted to do that. So is that getting scheduled? What's the plan for that? Is this in lieu of that?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so we're still going to do some kind of workshop. Okay, great. I'll look forward to getting that scheduled. This is, so I guess any changes or other things I would have, we can maybe talk about after we dive in more at a workshop. So, like for example, the 25% over on budgeted items I struggle with because, so for example, for a $2 million fire truck, that's $2.5 million. So we just spent another $500,000, which is a lot of money, right? Maybe at that point we would have said, let's defer it a year or let's do something else. So because it can be large dollar amounts, I'm not sure about the 25%. But we don't have anything in there right now, right? So right now if something comes in over budget, what is the legal interpretation in D1?
The legal interpretation, if it comes over budget based on the way the code currently reads, is that the city can go ahead and procure that item, find a way to make whatever transfers or adjustments are necessary normally through the budget process, and inform the commission about that later in the year when the budget is trued up and brought before the commission and approved as a trued up budget. That's the way it's done. Unless I'm not a budgetary person, but sitting here observing all this, that's what I see happening all the time, and I believe that's how it's done.
Yeah, for sure that's how it's done, because when I asked our internal auditor to look into a few purchases that happened prior to the ordinance change, when the ordinance actually said that anything over budget needs to come back to the commission. That's how the ordinance was written before it was changed a year ago. Things still weren't coming back to the commission. They were being done by budget adjustments.
Well, and again, respectfully, I'm dealing with what it currently says. I can't go back 7 years or 5 years, 2 years,
1 year.
I actually ended up writing those changes based on the request of the commission. That's why I put a percentage in, so it's not going to be staff having to run back, which is kind of impossible or difficult after they're out there procuring these items that have already been approved, but at least putting some type of limit. It may have been, yours may have been $1, 25% I thought was reasonable. Again, I'm looking to provide discussion topics, whether this moves forward today or not, at least for the commission in the future, or rather than nothing there now, 25% may be a really good compromise for others.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We have nothing in there now, so 25% is an improvement to the nothing that we have. So while this isn't exactly where I would have ended up, it sounds like this is a first step, and then we're going to have a workshop to dive into this more. So I appreciate these changes, and especially the additional controls that I think have been lacking in our processes and our ordinance. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
So again, I wanted to say thank you, because I know I ran into your office about something else, and you let me know you were working on this, and I appreciate the dedication to hearing what was said and taking it upon yourself to find a common ground. And I think that's what we have all hoping to find more and more regularly as we begin to work together. So I want to say thank you because you did take the time to do this. I am really excited about the procurement workshop. I think this is a great start. I think there's definitely there's definitely things we can probably model or change, and I'd like to see maybe after the workshop to see us do that and maybe have, at that point in time, have the opportunity to then bring forward the ordinance. But this is a great start, so thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none? Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say just a couple of things. There is maybe a misconception about transparency. Everything that a city does is a matter of public record. That is the way it's done. So everything is available for the public at any time. I also find it very distasteful to have some commissioners question our city manager from the dais, question his judgment, and question his ethics. And really, it seems like it's creating the illusion of a problem that I really don't feel exists. I think our city has done wonderfully, and the proof is in the pudding. We've had sterling audits 10 years in a row, and I think it's just bad form. And again, it's creating the perception that there is a problem where I do not believe any exists. And if there's something that someone believes from this commission or from the member of the public that they think something is done illegally, then there's always the avenue of the Office of Inspector General to take your complaint to and who do a thorough investigation into the allegations. But again, I will say it's bad form. I do not want to participate in adjudicating the character or the judgment of our city manager or city attorney, for that matter, or our mayor up here on the dais. So I'm not going to support this. I'll be happy to sit through a workshop, but I don't think there's a problem with transparency or anything else. We may have made a mistake on a certain fire truck, but hey, I mean, no one's perfect. And the purchase of the fire truck saved the city taxpayers money, and I think it was done with the best interest of the public at heart. So that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Very good. Got Commissioner Smith?
I don't disagree with some of the changes that you've made in here, Mr. Berman. In the changing the titles and all, I agree that we need to do that. But I too don't feel that we need to change the amount from the 200,000. I know maybe other cities, 100,000 is the highest that you saw. I don't have any reason to believe that there's anything going on incorrect. And it hasn't been shown to me. I know it's been indicated by some people, but I haven't seen any proof of that. So I don't feel that, I can't support moving this to 150,000. I'm gonna leave it at 200,000. I don't disagree with some of the changes that you made, and the 25% is a good marker to put in there for the overages. And if that 150,000 was still 200,000, I could support this, but I can't support it as it is. And maybe something for discussion after we have our procurement workshop. Maybe we're a little premature right now with going forward with this.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fessick.
I just want to add that I want to make sure that I say on the record, or correct for the record, if we were to, when we have the procurement workshop, if this does not pass today, we would then have whatever we come up with potentially be read twice. It's something that after the discussion occurs.
Well, if this doesn't pass today, this is done, but there'll be a workshop, and then I will take any recommendations from the commission as a whole and bring you back something that hopefully everyone would agree with.
So like I said, I really appreciate the fact that you heard some concerns and that you really did try to, like I said, work together. I'm not saying, and I think the word we used was nefarious at one point. I'm not trying to suggest anything nefarious or calling anybody's character into, but we are looking at just dollars and cents. And so I'm looking forward to the procurement workshop to refine some things, because the one thing you can always do is you can always learn from things that may not be as useful anymore, or you can learn, and if you take each moment as a learning opportunity, rather than just saying no to something, we can take the opportunity to do better as a whole, like you, and I believe that that's the spirit of the workshop and changing these things. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Mr. Berman,
Yes, sir.
I do like some of the stuff you got in here. Additional transparency is always good. But question for you, suppose, because part of what you've got in here is a report coming to the commission about expenditures. So supposing the city manager approves a consulting contract with somebody for something, and okay, this report that you suggested comes to the commission sees it, and I don't like it. I don't think he should have spent that money with that consultant.
Mm-hmm. Then
Can I then tell him not to do that?
the commission as a whole could.
Okay,
That's it, not individual.
but he's already spent the money.
Yes, but if it's a consulting contract, it would have a termination for convenience clause that if the commission as a whole said, we as a group do not want this contract to continue, we could terminate it at that point. Again, my view of the commission thus far is first of all, let me make one thing clear based on the comments. Legally, there's nothing wrong with the procedure that has been followed. Legally, the city manager's done everything that he has been authorized to do by this commission as a whole, and I'm not saying legally you have to change. I'm just responding to complaints or concerns and a direct demand from a commissioner or several commissioners, bring us something back. So I'm trying to get the process started here. Normally, I take direction, as I've indicated, from the commission as a whole, and based upon this discussion, I don't think I'd ever do that again.
I got it, but back to my question.
Mm-hmm.
So the city manager has been tasked by this commission with doing something. So to do that, he felt it was necessary to hire a consultant. Now, I see that, and I think that's ridiculous. He shouldn't have done that. So I bring it up at the commission meeting. I say, I think it's ridiculous. The commission as a whole says that's ridiculous. You shouldn't have hired that person. The commission gave the direction to the city manager to accomplish a particular thing. So, I mean, how far down the rabbit hole do you go in dictating what the city manager does from the commission level?
Well,
That's what I'm asking you specifically.
How far down the rabbit hole do you want to
In
go?
other
I
words,
mean,
if we have tasked the city manager
Correct.
to do something,
Mm-hmm.
and in his judgment, he is doing that.
And that he has the right to do that.
But if we disagree with some part of what he's doing,
You can express that to him. The commission can discuss it. Eventually, the commission sets the policy for the city as to how it's spent. If you don't like, but it gives him the opportunity, which he hasn't had in any of this process that I've heard so far, to explain each contract and that contract, why it brings value to the city, the residents, why he did it, what it's done, how the performance has been. It brings it out. Is it ever going to happen? Would it happen? I don't know.
I get it. Like I said, I don't think it's a bad thing to have additional transparency, but my question specifically is, if the city manager is doing what he was tasked with doing, and some part of it we don't like, well, that's not policy. It's hiring a consultant to go out and figure out how many cars drive up and down Cypress Road. That's not a policy decision. But if I don't like some particular company that he hires to have cars, to count cars going up and down Cypress Road, and I can convince this commission that that's a terrible thing he did, So this commission can then dictate to him how he accomplishes the job, the policy that we gave him? That's my question to you, Mr. Burke.
This would deal with consulting contracts. and-
Right, and so like I said, the city manager hired a consultant to go out there and count cars on Cypress Road. Because the policy that we have is we want to help the traffic flow on Cypress Road. These are all hypotheticals, I get you, and everybody hates hypotheticals, but I'm really trying to drill down, make it real simple so I can get a simple answer. So the policy is we want to reduce traffic on Cypress Road. He hires XYZ traffic consultant to count cars out there. Well, it comes back to me, I know XYZ traffic consultants, I hate those guys or girls. So I bring it up to the commission, I convince the commission that XYZ traffic consultants, they're a bunch of shysters out there. So we shouldn't have hired those. We need to tell the city manager to fire those guys and find somebody else.
And I believe the city commission has the right to eventually tell the manager that it is not in favor of the contract that he entered into.
Okay? That's what I wanted to find out. Very good, thank you.
That doesn't mean he did anything wrong. It just means the discretion that he utilized, you may not be in agreement for a reason or another, and you want that rectified.
Got you, okay. Just wondering about the charter provisions concerning, the city manager's responsibility versus the commission.
Well, we have a city manager form of government. He's been tasked with running the city. But ultimately, in terms of contractual obligations, how city finances are spent, the commission has input into that process ultimately.
No, I get it, input into the process. That's okay.
After the fact, anyway.
That's okay, that's fine.
I think
Good
you've made
enough.
your...
Further commission discussion. I think I've got Commissioner Perkins, then I've got Commissioner Fessick.
Using your example, that has happened in the city since I've been on the dais. There was a certain employee that worked for the city, and the commission wanted that person gone for one reason or another. I don't know what it was. I had no problem with the person. And that person left. This commission put pressure on the city manager to get rid of that person, and that person left. It has happened before.
Okay.
So, to your point, I understand what you're saying. I think it goes back to, do we trust the city manager to do the right thing? And is he doing the right thing? Are we doing enough to monitor what he's doing and how he's doing it? Because he, of course, works for the commission. So I think it goes back to that as well. But I just want to make that point that it has happened before. I thought it was very unusual when it happened, but it happened. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
So I hear what you're saying, Mayor, and I would like to clarify. I think in working together, there's no reason to suggest that we would go back and undo what he's been doing, or we are somehow critical of, or would be critical of the choices enough to come back and not let him run the city. What I think would be a nice thing to have is sort of that open road. So before it gets to point B, and that was sort of what I think you alluded to in trying to provide reporting, just to keep information flowing readily between the city commission and the city manager, would be potentially to just start at that transparency level maybe earlier on. So open lines of communication, regardless of what you're doing, is so imperative, especially when you're running a $500 million budget. And there's so many people who are doing a great job, and there's so many people who invest a lot of time. And so to eliminate any cloud of confusion or anything by on the front end being very clear and concise about what is going on, or having, before they come to the meetings or before we get a report saying what's been done, before we ring the bell, essentially, maybe he could let us know what he's planning, which bell he's planning on ringing, right? So it just opens the conversation, and then when you're transparent in that manner, the conversation flows and everybody will work better together. So I think all of this can be discussed ad nauseum for, and again, a procurement, so I'll leave it at that. But I like the idea of open communication, and that's how businesses work better together, and that's how we will work better together. Thank you.
Very good. I've got Mr. Berman, I guess. Then I'm sorry. But
I just wanted to respond to that comment if I could. I mean, again, the manager manages the day-to-day operations of the city. You've entrusted him to do that. You've hired him to do that. Commissioners can't get involved in minuscule day-to-day operations of the city on things that he's supposed to be doing for the city. So, you know, contract management falls under that operation. On the other hand, if there's an issue ultimately that you want him to know about, you can let him know about it. But again, the commission as a whole would have to direct him. He can't be held to the whim of each individual commissioner, because you can't run a city, you can't work like that. And he needs to be able to have the trust and confidence to make the decisions that he's making and that you've told him to go out there and make. So that's where the line is here somewhere.
Good. We got Vice Mayor?
I think we're probably beating a dead horse. This isn't about trust. To me, it's about whether we're like abdicating our responsibility here for oversight and for deciding what kind of city we have and what our values are even. So if we get a list of contracts, and as an example, we've hired a real estate contractor who promoted events where porn was filmed in our parks, and we don't think that aligns with the value of our city, just hypothetically speaking, completely. We think that doesn't align with the values of our city. We as a commission could say, as a whole, we have to be able to direct the city manager to not do that, or have the opportunity to do that. Same thing if we find out that he has hired a traffic consultant who plunged our city into a giant traffic mess, and we don't think that that person should be hired again, then, you know, that's our right and responsibility to say as a body as a whole that that's not the person that we want representing our city. If we don't have that right, then we don't, I feel like, what are we doing here?
Commissioner Fezzik?
No, I'm fine.
You're done? Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
It was a no
Said
vote?
no.
No? Okay. Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
No. Item 15 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach as the at-large member for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on March 13, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Are there any nominations for this item?
Mayor.
I've got Commissioner Fezzik, then I've got Vice Mayor. Commissioner Fezzik?
I'd like to nominate Raphael Katz.
Rafi Katz, District 1. Vice Mayor?
We're making several nominations, so I'll just wait to the next one.
Very good. Any further nomination? Commissioner Smith?
I'd like to nominate Albert Hill from a different district than 3.
Albert Hill, District 4.
I'm fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm nominating Jonah Violante.
Jonah Violante, very good. Any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations closed. When your name is called, please indicate your selection. Rafi Katz, Jonah Violante, or Albert Hill. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Rafi Katz.
Bear with me, I'm just writing down the names. Commissioner Perkins?
Rafi Katz. I'm sorry. Rafi Katz.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton?
Albert Hill.
Commissioner Smith?
Albert Hill.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Rafi Katz.
Mayor Harden?
Rafi Katz, thank you. Item 16 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach as alternate 1 for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on March 13, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any nominations for this item?
Mayor.
I've got Vice Mayor, then I've got Commissioner Perkins.
Jonah Violante.
Jonah Violante. Commissioner Perkins.
Albert Hill.
Albert Hill. Any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations closed. When your name is called, please indicate your selection, either Jonah Violante or Albert Hill. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Jonah Violante.
Commissioner Perkins?
Albert Hill.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton?
Albert Hill.
Commissioner Smith?
Albert Hill.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Jonah Violante.
Mayor Harden?
Albert Hill. Very good. Item number 17 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach as alternate 2 for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on March 13th, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Are there any nominations for this?
Mayor.
item? Vice Mayor.
Jonah Violante.
Jonah Violante. Any further nominations for this item?
Did you mention something about discussion?
Oops, Commissioner Fesick.
Did you mention something about discussion?
About discussion?
Yes, you said the motion, but did you mention something about discussion or no? Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't quite
I
follow.
just heard you say discussion, so I was just clarifying.
No, I'm sorry. I said,
So thank
any
you.
further
Yes,
nominations?
Thank you. No, I don't.
Oh, okay, no further nominations. Very good. So the only nomination is Jonah Violante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. All right, there's no additional audience to be heard?
No additional audience to be heard.
Very good. Okay, next scheduled meetings are March 25th, 2025 at 6 p.m., regular City Commission meeting, followed by April 8th, 2025 at 1 p.m., regular City Commission meeting. Takes us up to reports. Mr. Harrison.
Yes, sir. One item, at the last commission meeting, you all asked me to look into coming up with an amount that we could be taking a look at for a police study. And I've got a wide range here.
For the what?
A wide range.
What did you
So
say? I'm sorry. What did you say before that?
A wide range. I have a wide range here this evening.
Oh, police services. Oh, okay.
Yes, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were still talking about what I just
Just
said.
missed police. Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, the range is 150 to 300,000.
Well, that's interesting.
So I guess the next step is, do you all want me to pursue getting proposals within those ranges?
Commissioner Perkins?
So, so this is the 150 to 300, that's for a consultant to look into or to research as to how we go back to the City of Pompano policing.
To provide you with the information that
And this is a
it would
consultant.
take to accomplish that. Yes, ma'am.
And you have how many consultants that you've chosen, or?
So they narrowed it down to 3. I've assigned it to Brian Donovan.
Okay.
I just need to know if you want us to do anything going forward, or if we want to sit and think about it for a while, or what you would like for me to do.
So is the 150, is that a one-time fee, or is it
Yes,
one-time fee?
yes, if we can get it for that. I'm not exactly sure of the details on what the difference is between the 150 and the 300. We would be able to get into that when we actually see a proposal.
Okay, let me hear what she has to say. before I make a motion.
Okay, sure. Vice Mayor? Wait, no, I had Commissioner Fesick first, then Vice Mayor. Commissioner Fesick? No?
What about,
Okay.
you see my hand, Mayor?
Okay. Commissioner Seegerson. It wasn't me. Commissioner Seegerson.
Thank you. No, I think this is pouring money down a boot. It's going to be astronomically expensive. If you look into some of the other cities locally have gone out on their own, small cities, 1.5 square miles, they're up to triple of what their operating costs are already. So we're for a city of 24 square miles, who is going to be adding enforcement in the area of the pump, which prior really needed little to no oversight. We're going to be adding the pump, and with any luck, we'll be adding the new downtown. And I think we will really end the liability if there's any sort of bad or civil action against the city. We bear that all. And I said, no, I don't think we should move forward. I think it's a waste of money.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for getting those estimates so quickly. And for me, I don't think any action needs to be taken right now. I just wanted to know what it would cost when we asked that question, and now we know. So from my perspective, I have all the information I need. Thank you.
Mr. Harrison, so you don't really know what's enclosed with those dollars? Is it just going to be an analysis of what it would take to create a police department for us, or is it going to be?
Well, there's a lot of
looking at,
detail. There's a lot of detail that would go into that, sir. I mean, an analysis of the equipment, of the assets, how everything would be changed over. There would be a lot to it.
And would there also be an evaluation of our current policing as far as comparison to benchmark or what should be?
There certainly could be.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's just been basically phone call quotations at this point in time. We don't know the real details yet. I'd be in favor of hearing more, finding out what people actually propose. But I'm just one. Like I said, this is nothing against BSO at this point in time. I think BSO does a great job for our city, but looking at our current policing and looking at benchmarks and just having the information, I don't think is a bad thing, especially since we don't even have proposals yet. All we have is just a thumbnail, 150 to 300. Let's find out what that gets us. Are any of these firms the firm that we used last time?
I don't know.
Oh, no? Okay. I was just curious. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fasick?
Yeah, I think at this point, it's a great, thank you for getting the quotes. I think this is something we can sort of table. And I agree with you, Mayor, that, if we don't know what the scope is, it's kind of difficult to decide if we want to progress at this point. So I think we can table this conversation for another time as well. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Further commission discussion? Seeing none? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Perkins.
I'd just like to know exactly what the consultant will be doing. What is expected of them? What are they supposed to be? I mean, are they going to make calls, talk to the residents? Are they going to get, statistics, numbers? I mean, what are they supposed to be really doing?
I can get a better idea for all of you on exactly what they would be doing for this price range. I thought that you just wanted to know a number today.
I think we'll want a little bit more than that.
Let's get
More
more.
than a number, but, you mean, you narrowed it down to 3. Is that what you're talking about with the number?
No, I'm talking about the 150 to the 300,000.
I would just, me personally, I would just feel better if you can come back and just let me know exactly what this person will be doing. I would feel more comfortable with it that way, and then I can say, okay, that's worth 150 or 300 or whatever.
Well,
I'm done.
Okay. I didn't want to cut you off. I've been accused of that before. So I would suggest, and in fact, I'll do it. I'll make a motion that we direct the city manager to go ahead and request proposals from these firms to tell us exactly what it is that they would be doing for what price. So so that's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, then moved and seconded to ask this or direct the city manager to go ahead and get RFPs for the police services consultants. Is that what you would use, Mr. Harrison, an RFP?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the motion. On the motion, yes, Commissioner well, hold on a second. Moved and seconded. Let's take public input. This is a public meeting. Any input from the public on this item? Please come forward.
Jesus Christ almighty.
Hey, Dominic Lewis again, 400 Northeast 2nd. I'm not for or against this. I just want to say, if we don't understand what we have, if we don't understand the community sentiment, it's kind of hard to go forward, right? And just from signing from the numbers, 150 to 300 is really a small price to pay if you have the understanding of a $50 million current budget that we're paying BSO. So if we're trying to just do some discovery to understanding, well, you know what, how did this really work? Maybe it's to that, you know, maybe it's going to really benefit us. You know, Miami Beach did not always have its own police force. And now they're a world-renowned city, everyone flocking there. They just implemented something right before spring break, which is called the drone first responder system, where you're having drones get to a point of area within seconds, and sometimes, and most quality services that would be provided less than a minute, where the current Miami Beach police officers, number one, it gives them guidance, it protects the citizens, it also protects the officers, the Miami Beach police officers. So, you know, one thing that it just really boggles my mind here, and you know, when everyone's sitting on this dais, you're making decisions for the entire Pompano Beach. And many of the decisions that are being made today, it's like you're making decisions only if you're making those decisions for Old Pompano. And I love Old Pompano. I live there, and I'm District 3 since I've been here, since 2008. So I get it when you hear the numbers like, oh, 150, 300. You know, you don't really know what you're going to discover as far as cost savings until you get into the details. And the devil's in the details, right? So I hear, you know, it sounds like, oh gosh, you know, it's such a big burden. So, I mean, it's not like we're going to do this alone. I mean, we'd still need to have BSO helicopters. We'd still need to have BSO services. But perhaps there's a way that we will be saving everyone some cost and insight, you know? And that cost and insight comes in many different forms, shapes and forms when you're looking to build your new, because you're starting out with your own infrastructure. So a lot of things that we discussed even tonight, I see everyone's kind of going back and forth on smart contracts, you know. And one last thing I would ask the city attorney is, will it be possible for the public to be part of that procurement discussion or workshop? Because I would certainly love to have that knowledge and seeing, you know, where we could do things a little bit smarter. And having a better police department or a new police department would make that job just maybe a little bit smarter. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public.
Good afternoon again. I'm not for or against the decision to Sonia Finney.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm not for or against the discussion, but I mean, I just find it hard for you all to make a decision based on the information that was presented today. I mean, I just heard Mr. Harrison say, you know, the range, it's a wide range, and that it's between $150,000 to $300,000. But what else goes with that? Like, you're asking them to make a decision, but I mean, and I'm just sitting here listening. I mean, I was in procurement for years. I did that for, you know, 10 years for Procter & Gamble. I bought millions in dollars. That's what I did. That's what I did. I negotiated and I bought things. But I was here at the last meeting and I'm here again today. I'm amazed at how the procurement process is working and how you all are basing decisions like this gentleman said. You all are here working for the entire city. I mean, but the way that this city is operating is mind-blowing to me. And for you guys are trying to make a decision based on the information that he just shared, a wide range. I just heard him say, I can get a better idea. Someone said, well, you asked the question, well, was one of the people that you talked to someone from the previous time that we did it? He doesn't know. I mean, I just don't think you guys make decisions and vote on things without having enough information in front of you to make informed decisions. And I think it's time to stop. You guys need to do better, get better information, and make better decisions for the people that are paying the taxes. It's not right. And I don't hear enough information to say one way or the other. I'm not saying that you shouldn't go do it, but there's a lot of information missing. Our city manager said, well, there certainly couldn't be. He doesn't know if the information, you know, if this was one of the people that we spoke to before. He says he can get a better idea on the price range. what separated the 150 quote from the $300,000 quote? What were the differences?
Ma'am?
Those aren't quotes, ma'am.
I mean, well,
These
you said
people
the
asked me to come back here tonight
Right.
with a number.
I understand.
So that's what I'm giving them, is a number.
Okay,
They
but
will,
what
they will
separated
come
the
back,
numbers?
they will come back with the detail later.
But
It's not at that point yet.
Yeah.
But I don't think
Give us
they
a
have enough
chance.
I mean, I don't think it's.
No, ma'am, if I could, we're not making a decision to spend money here.
I understand that.
Mr. Harrison was asked to come back with some pricing for this, and he did. He came back with a range of pricing.
I
and
understand
now
that.
it's up to the commission. Do
I
we want to
understand
pursue
all
any of that?
I fully understand that.
It's
I
narrowing
understand
it down.
It was a wide range.
Right.
Not saying that it's a lot of money even, but if we're talking about how we're spending money, I mean, I just think that we need to have better information and informed information when we're making decisions.
And that's the question that I posed to the commission. Does the commission want Mr. Harrison to give us better information
Right, okay.
to perhaps make another
But I
decision
just
on?
think, and I think back, and I don't know why it just came to me. I mean, it's like when you ask I'm not trying to belittle him, but I'm just trying to make the point that we expect more. The question of a range, a high schooler could have come back and gotten a range, but I expect more from someone that we're paying our city manager to give more detail. It could have been, well, I went to this, I sought out these people, and he said, well, he didn't do it. He got somebody from staff to do it, and they came back with these 3 individuals, and this is, I mean, just a little more detail. There was nothing there. I could have gone and got that. If you guys asked me to do it, I guarantee you I would have come back and given you more information than what you got today.
Well-
I just would expect a little bit more. That's it.
Okay.
Mayor?
Just honestly, ma'am, not to defend the city manager, but in thinking about what we requested of him and the particulars around this particular issue, without getting a little more definitive direction from the commission, I know it would be difficult for Mr. Harrison to really legitimize going out there spending much money pursuing information without knowing whether or not the commission would have any real desire to spend the money to gather that information. So he came back with a rough estimation of what it's going to cost, and now it's up to the commission. Does the commission really want this information at this range or not? And if the answer is not, then that's the end of the discussion. So we're not going to spend any more time, effort, and money to distill it down to, okay, let's look at the actual brass
Mayor,
tacks.
I want to say something to that before she speaks.
Sure. Commissioner Perkins.
Everything that Sonia is saying is true. It's just a matter of communications. Now, I can talk to the city manager and he can talk to me about any and everything because there's no sunshine. So the city manager could have easily said to each of us, I'm going to bring this before you and I want you to think about it before the meeting, in an email or a phone call. So we would have been better prepared and possibly answered a lot of the questions before the meeting to say to the city manager, okay, what about this, and what kind of survey are they going to be doing, and how much are they going to be paid? Those questions could have been asked before this meeting. But I consider it kind of lack of communication. It could have been done differently, it could have been done better. That's it.
Very good. Further input from the public.
Yes. My biggest problem with this, did you say something? I've been up here a couple of times. You guys know who I am. The problem that I have with this, Mayor, is that
Ma'am?
when you all, Jackie Moreland, 1526 Northwest 7th Lane.
Thank you.
When you all disagree with something, with certain people that come, you say something, Drew?
I'm sorry. Oh,
Okay.
okay. Let's stay
The
focused.
problem that I have, when certain people come to this podium and we speak, your tone, and your tone is very disrespectful. I don't think that Sonia said anything more differently than anybody else was said. And I'm not trying to belittle anybody. I could have Googled that and found that out. But I'm the city manager, so I would have put in a little bit more research to come back and say, from the last meeting, it was, do we want to pursue looking at what it would cost to get a City of Pompano Police Department? $150,000 for a person to be a consultant, or $300,000. It's this range. If we look at somebody that we may pay $150,000 to, this is what it would include. If we pay somebody $300,000, this is what it would include, or what it would look like. And then, as Commissioner Perkins said, you would have come with more information for those persons. He's the city manager, he's the budget man, he's the money man. So when you're talking about money, cents, and dollars, and you're asking somebody to do a job, or you want to get someone to do something, you look at what it costs and what that cost entails. I don't think that was a lot, but I do not like the way your tones are when we come to this dais. We're not disrespectful because we're passionate and assertive about what we want, just like Commissioner Eaton is compassionate about what her community wants. We are too. But your tone sometimes is very disrespectful, and it's just unfair, and it's so disheartening to see every time we come. I don't think the question was wrong. You want to get a consultant, what are they going to be consulting for? What does the budget include for the $150,000, for the $300,000?
Very good. Further input from the public? Just name and address for the record.
Yeah, Don Solomoni, 3221 Northeast 8th Street, Pompano. You know, I'm sitting here listening to you people talk, and this guy here, you asked him for a number, he gave you a number, and that's all you asked him for. But then before that, you're questioning him what he's doing, and it's like you said about the sunshine rule. I was talking earlier, okay? I'm the president. I can't talk to two of you people at one time, okay? Because that's against the rule. But to have this gentleman now talk to you, and you, and you, and each individually, how much time is this guy wasting? First of all, you made him the manager. You gave him that authority to do what you guys want him to do, okay? Now you're questioning his authority. So you better rethink all that, because you can't just sit and talk to each person, because I can't do the same with my board, okay? If I want me and two other people, I got to talk to the members of my association. So just, you know, stay in the same boat altogether, okay, guys?
But just one correction, when you said you people, we all have titles up here, and we have first names.
Oh, you want me to
You walked up, you said you people.
Okay, no, I'm not, you mentioned the sunshine rule, okay, Beverly?
Yes.
And I know what that is, and I'm telling you, I'm the president of a condo association. I can't come to two people and talk to them, okay, without having the whole association involved.
I didn't ask you to explain, I was just telling you I was not you people, that's all. Thank you.
Well, you know, you're taking this a little personal, but you know what? You're a commissioner, and
It's not personal at all.
well, yeah, it is. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that.
Excuse me, did you say you people or two people?
I said two people.
Two people, not you people.
I can't talk to two people and myself and not have the members of my
I
association.
stand corrected because I thought you said you. Why
No,
you
I said two people.
Said two, TWO.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that.
All right.
My apology.
So, I mean, just get together. I mean, you guys give him authority to do stuff. Now you're questioning his authority and why he's doing it wrong.
Of course, that's what we do.
Very, very good, very good.
But you're asking him to talk to each individual person, okay? Each individual person, it takes time. That's all.
Please.
Yeah, he could do
please.
that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
you.
sir. Appreciate it.
I'd just like to
Commissioner Fasick?
So I'd just like to clarify that I don't want the intention to be that we're questioning his behavior in getting a number. That's definitely not it. I would have just appreciated if we were informed ahead of time, because that would have been great, and we're possibly asked, you know, so I do have, just so you know, I do have a standing meeting with the city manager, and it was a phone call this week, and usually assistant city managers and staff to go over the agenda. So we do have that time ahead of the meeting to clarify some questions if there are any. And so this was not brought up. So I didn't know he had already done it. I know he's a busy man. I want to make sure that that's clear. There was no mention of it.
Very good,
But,
very good.
but I will say that moving forward, I like the idea, Mayor, that we are at least being open to the idea. My question is,
But Commissioner, we're still
Sorry.
on
Okay, that's fine.
public input.
I'll wait.
I let people make comments and stuff, but let's go ahead and finish with the public input. Is there any further input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
sorry.
Tundra King, 124 Northwest 15th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. I do agree with some of the past speakers that perhaps you weren't given enough information on the task at hand, and perhaps the city manager would go back to fill in the blanks as relates to some of the specific details. But I have been a part of a team that we got our own police department, so it's not impossible. I believe from the 3 agencies that I've worked with that it seems to be a much greater relationship as it relates to the people and the officers, because you don't have as many officers. I have some great relationships and great friends with our sheriff's office, but it is a big division. And so with that comes with, I know it's pros and cons to everything, but with that comes with a lot of change as officers coming in and out assigned to those areas or districts. And so sometimes I feel you don't always get an opportunity. Before I get to know somebody that's near my school, it's already somebody new there. Wherein if you had an agency of just like 200 people, it won't take you long to get to know that person. And it's those relationships that I discovered at my previous agency that allowed us to solve a lot of crime, because we had those relationships and because I knew those officers by name and they knew me, they knew a lot of people that worked underneath me, and those were the people that were instrumental in helping us to do a lot of things in the community. So that's my take on it, but I hope that the city manager is able to look into it and to provide you all with the information. And we have blown $150,000 on things that weren't even this important. And to me, we don't have our police substation, so this is very important, and I hope we spend the money, and it is not a waste. It's needed. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. So commission discussion on the motion. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. So my concern or question was really more so about, I would like to know how the process was to select the consultants that were chosen to receive a phone call to ask the number. So to find out what that number is, right, there's somehow, either it's a Google search and you look and you figure it out, but who to pick up the phone and figure that out, how were some either eliminated or chosen, right? And then the second part of that is, what was the question that was posed to the potential consultants? So that, because that would just, even if it's just one question, we just want you to, give us a brief overview or look into, whatever that question was. I feel like that would have been very helpful to know how it was posed. And ideally would like to, before just 3 were picked randomly, maybe in the future we would, if there is a request for a bid or a request for a proposal, that we open it up and allow that process to happen where the selection is done, the selection of policies. Thanks, Gervin. I remember that well, though. The selection of policies, allow the commission to evaluate the bids on an individual basis. And, of course, that I think would probably be able to clear up a lot of questions or concerns anybody might have. I think it's a great idea to ask the questions. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Smith?
I feel that the reason we asked Mr. Harrison was to get a range. I don't know, I was maybe expecting like $75,000, so to hear that broad range, if the next step is to do a request for a proposal, is that what the next step would be?
That was the
There's a cost to doing that. It's using staff to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But we just needed a ballpark. I feel that even if we took the step, it's going to be astronomically higher than what we currently pay for our BSO officers. And there's a lot of great services that are provided by BSO, and there's a lot of things that they're working on over in the Crime Center. I know everybody has had an opportunity to see that. We're in good hands, in my opinion, and to go through these efforts when we've got a lot on our plates coming in the next couple years. Maybe it should be revisited later, but right now, I'm happy with BSO, and the price to look further is great. So I'm not going to support doing a request for proposal at this time.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fessick.
So I would just like to get, and if I have to Google search it, I will. I mean, I'm not undershared. I've never, and I'll happy to pass any information I find. I have no problem taking time to provide information that I learn, or if there's perhaps somebody who does have history or does have intimate knowledge that, or would know a consultant, maybe they decide to reach out and send us information. I mean, we get mail all the time. So without having to spend additional money right now, I just think maybe if we leave this door open to, it can come back to us at another time, because I didn't know about this other than a round number, and I think that we can do better on figuring out what that number actually looks like, and I know I'd like to come back and revisit that at a later time. So I also actually don't support it at the moment. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier? Mayor Harton?
Yes. Motion fails. Mr. Harrison, it's your report. That's your report? Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Berman, your report.
Oh, after that last report, no report.
Okay, very good. Mr. Alfred.
I don't have a report, Mayor, but I just want to encourage anybody in the public that desires to understand the agenda or be able to access the information to get a better understanding of the item to please contact my office. We would certainly make the time to help the public understand how to navigate and be able to get the information so that they're better informed. Just wanted to encourage the public to contact my office. The agenda is released from my office, and we're always open to guide the public to where they need to be for whatever item that interests them on the agenda. That concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you for that, Mr. Alfred. Appreciate your openness and willingness to help the public. And I know that goes for all departments in the city. Yes. Takes us up to City Commission. Commissioner Fessick.
I'd just like to actually, I was going to start with Kervin, but Kervin, that is a wonderful idea. And I think, if I remember correctly, on one of our boards, we actually do have a synopsis for one of the agendas. Is it on planning and zoning, I think?
Yes, I
CRA.
Is it CRA? Oh, it's CRA. Okay. Will we have a synopsis of the legalities provided?
You say legalities?
Well, just to summary of what.
Summary of the, okay, all right,
agenda
yes,
item.
yes,
And
that
maybe
is
that
online.
might be a great opportunity for us to look at doing that for city commission meetings as well, since they are important, and I feel it is important that residents understand what might be important to them, just by a simple summary of the ordinance or the agenda item itself.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion that we look into, or we attempt to make a summary of those agenda items to clarify for, as I think it was Ms. Moreland who said,
You're saying
technical
to have
language.
it reflected on the agenda itself, or, oh,
Yes, it is.
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay. It's been a motion and a second to
And
include additional information on the agenda having to do with each agenda item.
Thank you.
Mr. Segerson?
Yeah, with the exception of item number, what was it, 3 today? Yeah, very rarely do we have a 3-page legislation text, this sort of normal language. So as I was looking at the agenda, my thought was that, people need to understand that the legal language that's put there is required by law, and there's really no other way to write it. And it takes some getting accustomed to being able to read it, but it is like gobbledygook. My question is, could we possibly shrink the font on the agenda page and add the legislation text beneath it so people can read that on the paper agenda, and perhaps even just that element, just the legislation text? And I'm not sure how you format it online to the public, because I have the Granicus format, but if there was a way to, I put that underneath, or you're right, maybe make it a little more clear when people go online how to, as you just said, how to get to the legislation text. But here in the chambers, is it possible that we could maybe shrink the font on the item, on the legal description, and put the legislation text if it's not too long?
Yeah, that's, every item, it varies. Some departments are very quite lengthy on their summary on the legislative
summary.
text, and it can be very extensive on there. Some departments are just one paragraph that explains what it is. So,
Yeah, or
I
two
can-
sentences, yeah.
Yes, so we can definitely explore and see what options are there with the provider that we work with that provides the electronic system, and see what they can make available, and we can provide samples and see how everyone likes it. But yes, there are some difficulties in trying to make that happen in terms of the fonts, because we first went through it back in 2015. We had to work with the company to see what was allowed and how it would lay out. So it would just mean having to reach out to them again and see what can be done with the since from the time we started to the point we are in now. So
Okay, so
we
maybe
can
it
reach
wouldn't
out to
be-
the company. I'll reach out.
Maybe it wouldn't be wise to mandate it or codify it as on a vote until perhaps you can come back and
Yeah, I'm okay with
Yes.
that as well.
to have to withdraw your motion.
Yes, I know. Well, I will withdraw the motion, and as long as we are moving forward and looking, we can communicate prior to the next meeting and find out if that works with your technology and how that works, and we can come back and discuss it again.
Thank you,
I'll
Kerwin,
definitely
and
come
I
back with
withdraw
that,
my
yes.
second.
Okay.
Very good. Okay. Motion's been withdrawn and the second
Sorry.
as well. Okay. Very good.
So let me go through the rest of my report. Yeah. So, okay, wanted to just quickly just take a moment, and we had a tragedy, obviously, in Atlantic this past Friday, and so I want to just take a moment and offer my condolences to the family who was affected by a drunk driver on Atlantic and the beach this past weekend, and offer my condolences and my thoughts and prayers with that family. It came at a very, I believe it came at a time, I had just been talking with staff about safety initiatives, and we were just discussing some of these things. There have been a lot of unfortunate incidents in the past couple of years with pedestrians and vehicles, and so I'd like to see us work actively to make this a top priority, where we work together with our ESO, or we work together with our fire and EMS, and we work together with our Public Works, and we start making real changes that will make a difference. I'll keep it somewhat short, but I did check, and it was provided, actually it was online, social media, but then I went and looked. What's interesting to me and sad, which is why I think it needs to be a top priority, is that, and this study is from 2023, so I think we can all agree that we've had more people and pedestrians since then, but we were #1 in Pompano Beach. In 287 cities with a population of at least 100,000 people, the total number of pedestrian activities increased by 17%. Pompano Beach was #1 in that list of pedestrian fatalities with an 8.9%, again in 2023, 8.9%. And so we are essentially the deadliest city for pedestrians at the size we are. Yeah, at the size that we are in. So I'm going to try to find new information, but I want to make sure that we do address this, and this becomes a very, very high priority, because especially as we're looking to engage walkers and move away, I know here like walking neighborhoods, things like that, being more pedestrian-friendly development, I think that we need to make sure that we address this now and plan for that in the future to make sure that we can do better. It's been a long day, and I know everybody wants to go home, so I will pretty much hold on everything else. I will let you know that I appreciate everybody's willingness to try to come together, and I have a lot of commentary about other things, and I will save them for the next meeting so we can do it shorter. But the power of a community lies in its variety and the united efforts of all its people. And so I want to just, Mr. Berman, I know that your procurement thing did not pass today, but I want to thank you and applaud you for taking the time to hear concerns and to be proactive about it. And I really do appreciate it. And I want you to know that I do not think that it was not without merit. I think it was a great opportunity and a great idea, and you showed that you were truly working together as a team to come together and attempt to just bring an idea to the table, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much to everybody else, and I hope you guys have a happy St. Patrick's Day. I was looking, one thing, I was looking with our staff, again, in light of the recent, in light of the recent tragedy, to try to maybe look at a beach area plan for events moving forward. We may not be able to do it for St. Patrick's Day because it's so close, but in the future, when we have events and special events down by the beach, I would like to start looking at a detailed pedestrian plan where we could potentially block traffic, so we're not offering anybody the opportunity to hit a pedestrian again. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Fessig, if I could just ask,
Yes.
who did that study you referenced?
Oh, sure. It was from an attorney, so it was from data from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, but it was a blog post that I found from a study, the deadliest and safest cities for pedestrians. I'm happy to.
It's the National Highway Traffic Safety?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
National Highway Traffic.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right, Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you. Yes, I found that study as well last year, the same study. But anyway, I wanted to thank BSO for assisting the family. As you know, we've been trying to establish a new building for our substation, Bragg's Criswell. And Mr. Bragg's wife passed away, Bernice, and BSO was very supportive in helping the family. So I want to thank Chief Elwood for assisting the family on Saturday. For my district, Clean Streets will be on Thursday, March 13th, and that will be surrounding the Blanche Ely area, Sanders Park area, and Canal Point. So if you have any trash you want to sit out by the curb, please do so on Thursday, March 13th. Also, what I want to piggyback on what you were saying, Commissioner, about the agenda. I think it was 18 or 19. There was a young man that attended the CRA board meeting, and he was very frustrated because he could not understand the agenda. And from that point on, the CRA meetings, we began to list underneath the item. We gave a summary and a background for everything on that list for CRA board. So all of the agendas for CRA, there is a list of, underneath the language that so many don't understand, there is a summary and a background. And we still follow through with that as of today. So I think that process would work very well for the City Commission. I know that'll be a lot for you, Kervin, but I think it'll work well for the City Commissioner meeting so that people will better understand, especially Mr. Phillips, because he's confused about everything he walks up here about. Next to the last, I wanted to acknowledge Blanche Ely High School for winning the state championship 5A.
Yep.
And we're going to have a parade on Saturday. Am I right, Earl? Parade on Saturday for Blanche Ely? Okay. So with that, we always know that the kids always want to purchase rings whenever they win or whatever. So I did speak with Mr. Spence this morning, and he said they had not established, decided how they're going to design the rings or whatever. So I would like for the city to be a part of trying to, help purchase their rings when that time comes. But in the meantime, there are a group of us that are trying to get some plaques and trophies for the students on Saturday to be given out to them after the parade. And I would like to know if the city can assist us with that. We are working with I don't know the name of the trophy company, but a trophy company to try to get some trophies and plaques together by Saturday. I was hoping that the city could assist with that so that we'll have those ready after the parade on Saturday. The last thing I have on my agenda is I wanted to discuss the CRA board meetings. We've had 2 meetings that were canceled. The meeting for March was canceled, and the meeting for February was canceled, and March was canceled. And I think that the commissioners, we should have a little more say on canceling those meetings simply because there's a lot that needs to be said. Instead, I think what staff is doing is a lot of one-on-one meetings. And I prefer, because we have such big projects coming up, the new downtown MLK, and we have the McNab House. Now, there might not be anything on the agenda to be voted on, but there are a lot of things that need to be discussed. And I would hope that we don't cancel any more CRE board meetings. I think they're very important. And I know staff is probably saying, and they probably would say this, we're having 5 to 6 meetings throughout Pompano for the downtown MLK. That's great. And then we're having one-on-one meetings. And then staff is sitting, I guess, information. But I don't think this is a good time to cancel any CRA board meetings. I think we should continue with them because there's a lot of questions I have, a lot I have to say, and I think staff is kind of substituting the board meetings with one-on-one discussions. So I understand that there's a lot going on. There are a lot of meetings that are going to take place about the new downtown. We have 5 or 6 of them scheduled. But I think it's still important that we have our CRA board meetings, especially now. It's critical because of the downtown project. And with that, I think that's it. Oh, one other thing, when you mentioned traffic, Mr. City Manager, can you look into the traffic light on Northwest 16th Avenue and MLK? I understand, well, I was told, I guess about a year ago, that it was approved by the Broward County that we can go ahead and put a traffic light there. And I'd like for us to get started on that because we have the apartments there. Golden Acres, new apartments will be opening at the end of this year. So we will have more traffic in that area there. So perhaps we could start now working on the traffic light to be in place at least by or before the end of the year based on what's coming there. And with that, oh, one other thing. I wanted to give everybody an alert. As you all know, my mother's in her 90s, and I have several seniors calling me. A lot of people are receiving information about a text about SunPass. And it's a big scam going on. So SunPass do not send text to anyone. It's been all over the news, and my mother keeps calling me about it because they keep calling her about it. Some of the seniors from the senior center have called me about it. So do not respond or react to any text that you receive as far as a SunPass is concerned. It's a scam. That is not how SunPass contact their people, through text. And that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners Seeger-Suniten?
All right, just a couple of things. We talked about the agenda, and how to make it more user-friendly. And one of the gentlemen, I think Dominic, brought up an interesting thought about how we could make some of our construction projects become more educational. And it kind of got me thinking, you know, maybe we can set up a GoPro camera of sorts, and you know, it could be used as a training, not so much training, but of interest. I'm a huge proponent of the trades. I come from a blue-collar working class background, and we're always going to need HVAC, we're always going to need plumbers, we're always going to need carpenters, and we're always going to need electricians. So, and I know we have some work projects, workforce stuff that we're doing that's very innovative with the city. So maybe we can look at that. Maybe we can get some of the staff to put their thinking caps on and see how we could dovetail this in and get some people interested in some of the training programs or other programs that we have here in the city, or just get them interested in the construction industry going forward so they can have a secure job and a career. The next thing I have is the Crest Haven Civic Association meeting will be postponed from March 13th, this Thursday, until March 24th, which is a Monday. We are combining the the city presentation, discussion on the new downtown with that meeting, so that the Crest Haven Civic will meet Monday at 6 p.m. at the Burry Center, and we're combining the city meeting. So I hope to see everybody there. I also want to remind everyone that the free chlorine will again go into effect on the 17th of March and last until April 7th. If you have any questions, you can call me. And April 5th will be the next hazardous waste drop-off in the city of Pompano Beach. Always of interest to our community because it's so convenient, and that's at 1660 Northeast 10th Avenue between 9 and 2, and you can get all the information on the city's website to what to do, what they take, what they don't take, or again, reach out to me. And the last thing I have, which is sort of a very like 30,000-foot level issue, we've probably all heard, you know, that there is talk that they're going to try and eliminate property taxes or increase the exemptions. And I mean, this is seriously getting some legs. And, you know, I talk to friends and I'd say, oh, well, the governor is talking about eliminating property taxes. And they're like, oh, well, that's very nice. And I'm like, no, it's not for cities. So, I mean, I'm certain with your, that we are looking and maybe we should start thinking about places where we can cut, because we're going to have to cut. And in my mind, public safety is number one, and because it could happen. So I hope it doesn't.
Not number one to cut, number one to have.
I don't want to, I mean, I don't know, that would be like, you know, the world as we know it is like over. So if we didn't have property taxes. So I just wanted to mention that. And then I wanted to thank the Pompano Beach Elks Lodge, number 1898, for thanking me and I want to thank the city as a whole and staff for installing the streetlights down 10th Way, down from the neighborhood, 12th Avenue, to the Elks Club, and light their pathway. They're very appreciative of it. So thank you, everyone, on that, and that's my report. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. Commissioner Smith.
All right, some positive stuff. I always try to say something positive about our city commission meeting, and tonight's positive is welcoming our new fire chief, Pete McGinnis. Thank you so much for your service, and that was a great ceremony tonight, and you were my positive of our meeting. Something specific to District 5 is the McNair Center. The mural started 2 weeks ago, painting, and the title of it is Sports Legends of Pompano Beach. I happened to go by Sunday after church, and the artist was painting, so that was really cool. The individuals that are the sports legends of Pompano Beach is James Jones, LaToya Jordan, Iris Davis, Tommy Hunter, Lamar Jackson, Sheila Sanders, Tyrone Carter, and Johnny Jones. And I understand some of them are coming around to check out the mural, and go by the McNair Center, and it's on the southeast corner of the building. It is phenomenal, the detail that the artist has captured in the faces of these athletes. Something general about Pompano Beach that's been positive that I observed the last week was an unbelievably attended Untapped. I don't think there was parking anywhere in the area. I think they were selling commissioned parking spots that night so people could have a place to park. I'm just kidding. But also that same night in Palm Air, we had a 60s and 70s music at Skolnick, which was outside. Having the South Florida weather that we did that night probably contributed to the attendance, but that one was a great attendance also. Something about our community, on February 27th on Powerline Road, I have no idea how this happened, but a vehicle was headed north on Powerline Road went into a shopping center at 1000 Power Line, through the front door of a vape store, not a bait store, a vape store, through the front door, the glass window, and through the wall of the business next door. The only thing that stopped the car was the metal frame around the bathroom door. It abruptly stopped the car, didn't stop until it hit that frame. Now that shop that it went through the wall was a barber shop, and there was somebody sitting in the chair, and praise God, the person wasn't hurt, but the car took the chair and the customer along with it to the back of the store. That store is Christine Moyer's business. She opened it last May, and it's called Mistress of the Blade Barber Shop. The City of Pompano Beach, thanks to the building department, is going to help to expedite the permits that she'll need to get her business back up. And there's also a GoFundMe page that has started for Mistress of the Blade. So she has a lot of compassion and excitement about getting back to work, and she's been a barber since 1986. So my heart goes out to her. As a small business, she now doesn't have a shop, but she will get back up and going. Thank you, City, for helping her get to that point, and if you so can, check out the GoFundMe for Mistress of the Blade. And my positive quote to end today is, it's from Eleanor Roosevelt, to handle yourself, use your head. To handle others, use your heart.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it. I've just got really two things. First, hey, big shout out to Blanche Ely. Those kids, I tell you what, they played their heart out. Great job bringing home the trophy again. How many times is that now? Is that 5?
Yes.
Five times, number one. So yeah, they big hats off to them. Great job. Also, just want to point out the upcoming meetings that we have for our downtown Pompano Beach. March 17th at 6 o'clock at the Larkins Center. March 18th at 6 o'clock at Emmylou Olson Center. March 19th at 11 o'clock, Herb Skolnick Center. March 19th at 6 o'clock at the Pompano Beach Cultural Center right here. And then also March 24th at 6 p.m. at the Charlotte Burry Civic Center, which Commissioner Segerson already mentioned that. We also have some City Commission meetings April 7th, April 30th, and May 14th. And you meet the architects on April 15th at 6 p.m. That's at the Larkin Center. And also May 7th at 6 p.m. at the Olson Center. So it's all about downtown Pompano, which if you want to see more, go to downtownpompanobeach.org. That's our website specifically for the downtown. But those meetings are coming up. And with that, just everybody stay safe. Happy St. Patrick's Day and all that kind of good, happy stuff. And enjoy it. This meeting's adjourned.